UMM aspires to achieve international recognition by accrediting its programs by 2022 to
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallelization of the International Conference on Development Economics and Sustainability 2025. This event, organized by Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. First and foremost, we would like to extend to our sincere appreciations to our co-host universities for their invaluable for support these events. Thank you for Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia, Bina Nusantara University, Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta. Thank you for supporting this agenda. To begin this event, let's allow me to read our agenda today. The first agenda is the welcoming remarks. The second is the first paralizations. The third is break for praise zuhur. And the fourth is the paralization 2 or second paralizations. And the 5 is the break or short break. And the 6 is the third paralization or last paralization. And the 7th is closing sessions. To begin this event, let us recite Al-Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In hope this session run smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now to proceed to first paralizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter your assigned based on your breakout room. If you have any trouble about your breakout room, please contact direct to our moderator, operator, or you can check box about your names and your number of abstract, your ID. Thank you. Okay, add information for all the participants. If you have the trouble to enter the breakout room, please list on chat book your name and ID, your ID or your abstract. Okay, we will repeat again. Please, all the participants, please list your name, full name, I mean, like, and your number, your idea, or number, your abstract. So our operator can help you to enter based on your breakout room. Thank you.
but because of my schedule here is just 6:50, and actually I'm traveling at 7 o'clock for work. So that is why I asked our moderator to please consider me so I could present my paper. So thank you for that. I owe this to everyone. And so this morning, allow me to present my research. It's a basic research, an academic research, and it has something to do with SMEs. Now, my topic is venture flexibility among small skilled entrepreneurs and assessment. And just to brief you, this research has been done 2 years after the pandemic. So only now that I am presenting. So I have here the following, the introduction. So let me begin. So just to give you a brief about my topic, it's venture flexibility. So it deals about the efficiency of business to thrive and succeed despite many challenges brought by internal and external factors. Venture flexibility and this definition of research is mapped with organizational success, entrepreneurial success, business success, profitability, and operational efficiency. So this can be factored by entrepreneurial mindset, orientation, preparedness, and responsiveness, entrepreneurial factors in business capacities aligning marketing, management and organization, finance, and production. The reasons also, uh, the the country or this country, Kingdom of Bahrain, it envisions or it has the vision for 2020, capturing the idea of strengthening the country's economy by promoting entrepreneurship and viewed as partner in boosting the country's economy apart from its main oil economy. The vision notes that small business are encouraged to increase in operations elsewhere in the country, and this provides more opportunities to people to engage and operate businesses of their own choice and desire. This opportunity is good news to not just the locals but also expatriates, including Filipinos and non-Filipinos living in the country. Actually, to introduce also that in this study, I have only covered a particular community, and these are all the expatriates in the kingdom. So this is just between Filipinos and non-Filipinos living in the country. Now, the reason why I came into this study, or why I came up with this study, note that there is no exact study done on venture flexibility despite many studies and related literatures available in the databases and Bahrain libraries. So whenever there are studies almost associated with venture flexibility, they vary in research premise and design, such as the involved variables, typology reasons, and reason questions that were investigated in the conduct of the study. So that means that this made me different from those that were already studied or that were already conducted as a research. So in this research, I have covered the following questions. The first, prime motivators among entrepreneurs to engage in business. Second, the degree of venture flexibility of entrepreneurs in terms of management and finance, marketing and production. So I have been interested at looking on how flexible are entrepreneurs in terms of management in finance, in terms of marketing and production. And I have looked into the challenges encountered by these entrepreneurs and what are the also the suggestive measures to address problems encountered by entrepreneurs. I have one hypothesis to look into if there is significant difference on the perception between the two groups of respondents that I have used or I have utilized in the study. And then, of course, the significance of the study. The study is very relevant to the following key publics, like the overseas Filipino entrepreneurs, other non-local entrepreneurs, this may not be limited to Indonesians, Africans, Indians, Pakistanis, and the like, entrepreneurs, government of Bahrain, researchers and students, and customers. So my theoretical framework, I have framed this from resource-based view theory and efficiency theories. This is my conceptual framework. My independent, or I have made use of the IVDB model between the independent variables and dependent variables. My IVs are prime motivators in engaging in entrepreneurship, management and finance as a factor, and marketing and production as a factor. My dependent variable is venture flexibility. My research designs, it's a descriptive quantitative design. Then my sample, it was a non-probability purposive sampling. I made use of 100 respondents between Filipinos and non-Filipino entrepreneurs. All these are currently, or these were in Bahrain. My instrument, I made use of the survey questionnaire. For the statistical treatments of data, I made use of the descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. For the descriptive, I made use of the rank and weighted mean. And for inferential, I made use of t-test, as I have compared the responses between the two groups of respondents that I have utilized. So going to the analysis or the results. So the first problem dealt with the prime motivators to engage in entrepreneurship. So these are the results. It says that um, economic independence came as the most priority among itemized motivators, followed by financial stability, followed by income and profit, and then savings and investment, and then social responsibility come in social responsibility, continued growth and advancement, increased leisure in ones tied up to the bottom part of the ranking or of the rank. So for the second problem that analyzed the degree of venture flexibility, the responses of the respondents came up or came to a conclusion that there was an combined average weighted mean of 4.14 and had a description of flexible. So it was further observed that the p-value of 0.7 was higher than the margin of error alpha at 0.05. Hence, the result was not significant, leading to the decision of failing to reject the null hypothesis. So this denoted that there is no significant difference between the responses of Filipino and non-Filipino expat entrepreneurs on the degree of venture flexibility in the Kingdom of Bahrain. So descriptively, the respondents responded that the flexibility of enterprising in Bahrain by these expatriates in terms of management, in finance, marketing, and production, these are all flexible. So it goes with the response or with the result of hypotheses that between the responses of these two groups, they confirm that these venture flexibilities are really contributive, and they are flexible. So that is based on the result of the t-test. Now on the next problem, this dealt with the challenges encountered by these entrepreneurs. So it says that the result for both respondents, and based from the combined mean rank of the considered indicators, income and profit decline came in rank first. Note that the study had been conducted 2 years after the pandemic, followed by sales reduction as second, loss of customers and market reduction came in rank third, and problems on access to capital revealed as challenge for fourth rank, while on-store business now become online business that requires internet came as fifth, in closing doors, in facing uncertainties in the future, and employee layoff and retrenchment tied up to 6 spots according to noted responses of the respondents. Now, for the suggestive measures, um, it says here that the first is re-strategizing on marketing and production capacities, followed by reorientation in adjustment of venture and operational conduct, and then subsidies, shift from store to online ventures, and then re-strategizing on management and organizational structure, and closing the business and shifting to other venture tied up to the last or came in the last pie. Now for my conclusion, so it was concluded that the prime motivators among expat entrepreneurs can be influenced by the following, such as economic independence, financial stability, sustained income in profit, savings and investment, continued growth in advancement, social responsibility, and increased leisure in wants. Another conclusion, as assessed in terms of management in finance, venture flexibility revealed a description of flexible. So means to say, our entrepreneurs, the expats, they are flexible at the managing and financing. Next, in terms of the challenges, it was concluded that the decline in profit in income, sales reduction, loss of customers, market reduction, problems on access to capital, closing doors in facing uncertainties in the future, among others, were noted. The same that the suggestive measures to provide alternative solutions were concluded, such as keep going and keeping on track, re-strategizing management and organization, reorienting and doing adjustments on venture and operational conduct, having subsidies, shifting to another venture, among others, are noted by respondents. So my recommendations: expat entrepreneurs should venture into business where they are equipped with basic qualifications such as training and education. Expat entrepreneurs should be ready and are inclined to basic management principles such as planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. This will advantage them to capacity building and operational strength. Another recommendation specific to meet challenges: expat entrepreneurs must be adjusting to different situations such as to be in open-minded, courageous, hardworking industry and initiatives. By this, they can cope to challenges, whatever or how big the issue is, it can surpass the blocks. Another, entrepreneurs should find potential sources or subsidies, if any, for their funding and capital resources. This is another valuable contributory factor to the success of the venture and the potential influence on its growth and sustainability sustainability is capital investment. Towards meeting the economic challenge, it is highly recommended that expat entrepreneurs should invest in innovation and research, thus making themselves adept in keen on technologies and embrace the trends on online business in digital transactions or operations. This is all I can share, as I may would want to prolong, but then my time, I think, is not enough. So apologies for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve Salamat Guansi, for your excellent presentation and insight. Does any of the presenters have any questions? If not, we will move on to the next presenter, as the
Thank you so
presentation
much.
time is approaching 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Bye bye. I join you in your conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye, bye. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, now we shall continue with our next presenter, entitled Market Orientation and Digital Retail Excellence in MSMEs, a mediated model of social media and intelligence capability. For Praswati et al., the screen is yours.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greeting to everyone. We are a team from University Muhammadiyah Surakarta, consisting of Aflid Nur Yulia, Sri Murwati, and Wahyu Purnama. Today, we are pleased to present our title, Market Orientation and Digital Retail Excellence in MSM is a mediated model of social media and intelligent capability. This study explores how market orientation, social media, and intelligent capability contribute to achieving digital retail excellence in the MSME sector. Thank you for attention. We look forward to your question and a productive discussion after this presentation. Introduction. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, social media usage has surged, influencing public behavior and accelerating the shift to online activities such as work, shopping, and communication. This study explores key factors affecting retail performance, emphasizing the role of social media marketing capabilities and market orientation. Effective use of digital tools, especially social media, can enhance sales and operation efficiency. Additionally, adaptive capabilities and competitive intelligence are crucial for navigation digital market dynamic. The research focused on Indonesian MSMEs is using Baliomall.com, a digital platform that connects suppliers with dropshippers, supporting broader market access and empowering small business in the digital economy. Next, literature review. Market orientation is a process of using the company's dissemination and respond to market information, but proactively and responsible. Social media marketing capability is a variable that describes an important tool for promoting brand online by utilizing social network sites to reach a broad audience or target market. Competitive intelligence collection is the process of generating and disseminating actionable information from the firm external environment to help managers make decisions to achieve competitive advance. Retail is an automatic trading process that allows consumers to buy goods or service direct from seller via the internet. This is a concept framework. Problem formulating. Hypothesis 1, market orientation has a positive and significant effect on a retail performance. Hypothesis 2A, market orientation has a positive and significant effect on social media marketing capability. Hypothesis 2B, social media marketing capability mediates the effect of market orientation on e-retail performance. Hypothesis 2C, social media marketing capability and competitive intelligence collection media the effect of market orientation on a retail performance. Hypothesis 3A, social media marketing capability has a positive and significant effect on competitive intelligence collection. Hypothesis 3B, competitive intelligence collection play a role in mediating and supportive the influence of social media marketing capability on a retail performance. Hypothesis 4, social media marketing capability has a positive and significant effect on a retail performance. Hypothesis 5, competitive intelligence collection has a positive and significant effect on retail performance. Next, methodology, population and sample, MSMS is in Indonesia and 100 respondent. Method of collection data questionnaire, data analysis, technical analysis using PLSM. This is a test result. Test result indicate that the variable have a significant relationship. Next, conclusion, study limitation. The study had limitation include a small sample size of only 100 response from a single platform, baleomall.com, which might affect the generalizability of the result. Data collection via Google Form also lack depth, and some response came from employees instead of MSMEs owners, the intended target of the research. Recommendation for future research. Future research should involve more respond and ensure they are actual business owners, the improve accuracy. Research are also encouraged to conduct initial observation and use interview to deepen insight on a retail performance. Additionally, studies show not focus on just one digital platform, as Indonesia has many engaged in digital marketing. This is the end of our presentation. We apologize for any shortcoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Praswati et al. For your excellent presentation and insight. Does any of the presenters have any questions? If not, we will move on to the next presenter as the presentation time is approaching 15 minutes. Okay, I think now we shall continue with our next presenter, entitled Unlocking Sustainability in SMEs Through Dynamic Capabilities, a theory-driven bibliometric review. For the presenter, Iza Kahla, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum, good day everyone. My name is Iza Kahla from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Today I'm honored to present our recent work entitled Unlocking Sustainability in SMEs through Dynamic Capabilities. A theory-driven bibliometric review. Over the past decade, sustainability has become a central pillar of modern business strategy, driven by rising environmental concerns, stakeholder expectation, and institutional reliance. Small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, sit at the heart of this transition. While they are key drivers of employment and local development, they often struggle with limited resources and informal systems that make it difficult to pursue sustainability systematically. To address this gap, we turn to the Dynamic Capabilities Framework, which explains how firms build agility and resilience under uncertainty. In theory, this framework is highly relevant for SMEs, but in practice, the literature is fragmented, lacking a clear map of how dynamic capabilities support sustainability in smaller firms. This forms the core motivation of our study to uncover the intellectual structure and firms. This forms the core motivation of our study to uncover the intellectual structure and the thematic evaluation of this intersection. Based on this motivation, our study is guided by three key research questions. First, we ask, how has this field evolved over time? In other words, how research connecting sustainability, dynamic capabilities, and SMEs develop conceptually and thematically in the literature. Second, we seek to identify what major themes, clusters, and frameworks have emerged as central to the discourse. And third, we aim to explore research gaps and future direction that can guide scholars moving forward. To address this question, our objectives are threefold: to map the field systematically, identify dominant and emerging topics, and offer a theory-informed agenda for future research. We applied a theory-driven bibliometric analysis, leveraging the Dynamic Capabilities Framework to guide our investigation. Data was collected by the Scopus database, which is widely and recognized for its quality and multidisciplinary coverage. Through a structured keyword search and screening process, we retrieved 107 records. After applying inclusion criteria, such as focusing on peer-reviewed English language articles, we narrowed this to 90 high-quality documents. To analyze the data, we used bibliographic coupling to reveal the intellectual structure to the field and thematic mapping to identify cluster of topics categorized by their importance and maturity with the research network. Our bibliometric results reveal three important insights. First, as shown in the top left, research on this topic has grown substantially since 2018, with a notable peak in 2022. This growth aligns with increasing interest in SME resilience and sustainability, particularly in aftermath of the pandemic. Second, in terms of geography, China, Pakistan, and Malaysia dominate the research output. Interestingly, China has the highest total links range, meaning it plays a central role in the global research collaboration network. Third, we develop a thematic map using centrality and density metrics. This divides the field into 4 clusters. One, motor themes, such as a green innovation and sustainable supply chain, are both mature and structurally central. Two, nice themes like frugal innovation and blockchain are conceptually rich but peripheral. Three, emerging themes, including digital supply chain and entrepreneurial orientation, are still under-integrated. Four, and finally, basic themes such as dynamic capabilities and circular economy form the conceptual foundation of the field. This mapping helps us see where the field is currently strong, where it is evolving, and where the future research can contribute. Next, let's begin with the motor themes. These are the most central and well-developed topics in the field. Our analysis show that green innovation, sustainable supply chain, and strategic agility have become foundational concepts in linking dynamic capabilities to sustainability. These themes mark a clear transition from reactive compliance to proactive value co-creation, especially as SMEs integrate digital tools like blockchain and big data to build resilience. Notably, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated this shift, forcing firms to embed sustainability within their adaptive routines. Today, sustainability is increasingly viewed not just a constraint, but as a strategic capability, one that can enhance long-term competitiveness, especially in volatile environments. Next, we explore the niche themes, which are conceptually mature but remain less central in the overall research structure. Topics such as agility, CSR, frugal innovation, and blockchain are particularly relevant to SMEs, especially those operating under tight resource constraints. For instance, frugal innovation enables SMEs to create value through low-cost, sustainable solutions. Meanwhile, blockchain technology enhances supply chain transparency, reinforcing trust in green ethical practices. CSR in this context is no longer just about regulatory compliance. It now incorporates digital tools for traceability and stakeholder engagement. While these themes are still peripheral in the biblioma network, their practical, significant, and theoretical maturity make them promising areas for interdisciplinary exploration. Next, the third quadrant contains emerging and or declining themes, areas that are still in flux. These topics show promise but currently lack theoretical integration and empirical validation. One such theme is the digital supply chain. While SMEs are increasingly exploring digital infrastructure for coordination and visibility, this stream of research has not yet fully connected with the dynamic capabilities framework. Similarly, entrepreneurial orientation is evolving to include sustainability motives, but remain underexplored from a capability building perspective. The inclusion of sustainable development goals in the business literature is also visible, yet still conceptually scattered and lacking synthesis. Overall, these themes represent transitional zones that merit deeper exploration through longitudinal designs and integrated theoretical models. Finally, we turn to the basic themes. These are foundational to the field with high conceptual relevance, tough still growing in sophistication. At the core is dynamic capabilities supported by constructs such as absorptive capacity, which refers to firms' ability to identify, assimilate, and apply external knowledge. Circular economy practices also emerge strongly, particularly in how SMEs are redefining sustainability through resource efficiency and waste minimization. Additionally, top management commitment and green entrepreneurship are essential drivers of strategic sustainability, helping firms move beyond compliance toward competitive differentiation. These themes reflect a growing interest in how SMEs can embed sustainability within their strategic logic and organizational routines, making sustainability both actionable and scalable. To conclude, our analysis show that research at the intersection of dynamic, capability, sustainability, and SMEs is growing but still fragmented. While core themes such as green innovation and strategic agility are gaining traction, emerging areas like blockchain and digital supply chain are underdeveloped yet promising. For future research, we recommend with a mixed method agenda, including longitudinal studies and cross-contextual comparison to understand how sustainability capabilities evolve and interact with external shocks like pandemics or regulatory shifts. In closing, This study offers a conceptual map and forward-looking agenda to guide scholars and practitioners toward more resilient, adaptive, and sustainable SME ecosystem. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Iza Kahla, for your excellent presentation and insight. Does any of the presenters have any questions? If not, we will move on to the next presenter, as the presentation time is approaching 15 minutes.
Yeah, I cannot hear your voice, brother Albin. Maybe you cannot you may open your headset. You don't need to hear the headset perhaps. Just directly speak without the headset perhaps. Yeah, we cannot hear the voice. Anybody can hear his voice? Maybe my microphone in the trouble. But
Hello, Tess.
yes. Right now, okay then. Please. You may start, brother Calvin.
Okay. This paper is collaborative work by Galip Mutik Idrus, Kalbi Salih Farzili, Irsan Hadi, Teku Rizky Noviandi, and Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Kalbin Salih Fazli, and I have the honor of presenting our research in this session. The title of our study is The Impact of Pesticide, Rainfall, and Agricultural Value Added on Environmental Quality in Indonesia. In this research, we apply econometric methods to examine how various agricultural inputs, particularly pesticide use and agricultural value added, along with natural factors such as rainfall, influence carbon dioxide emission in Indonesia. Our objective is to provide data-driven insight that can support the creation of more sustainable and environmentally responsible agricultural policies in the country. The introduction. Environmental degradation caused by rising carbon dioxide emission remains one of the most urgent global challenges. As you guys see, in developing countries such as Indonesia, the issue becomes even more complex because economic growth often comes at the cost of environmental sustainability. Indonesia plays a central role in agriculture and contributes significantly to national emissions. However, most research so far has focused on emission from industrial activity and deforestation. There is still very limited understanding of how agricultural inputs, such as pesticides and natural vectors, such as rainfall, contribute to environmental pressure. That is the gap our study tries to address. Indonesia has seen a sharp increase in carbon dioxide emissions since early 2000, largely due to industrial growth, energy use, and agricultural expansion. Despite policy commitments to reduce emissions, progress has not kept pace with rising economic activity. Indonesia's agricultural sector is growing and plays a key role in the economy, but this expansion may come with environmental costs, especially through increased carbon dioxide emissions. Most past studies have focused on deforestation and industry. Agriculture is often overlooked. That gap is what motivated our study. We aim to explore how agricultural and climatic factors affect emissions and how this can guide sustainable policy. The main goal of our study is to examine the long-term effects of three key variables, which pesticide use, rainfall, and agricultural value added on carbon dioxide emission in Indonesia. To achieve this, we apply both static and dynamic econometric methods. These include OLS, RLS, FMOLS, CCR, and DOLS. Using a range of models allows us to ensure that the results are statistically reliable and useful for guiding policy decisions. In this study, we expect pesticide use to increase carbon dioxide emissions. This is because both the production and application of pesticides rely heavily on fossil fuels. Rainfall, on the other hand, is expected to reduce emissions. Higher rainfall can improve carbon absorption in soil and vegetation. And then agricultural value added represent the scale of agricultural sector. While it brings economic benefits, it may also lead to higher emissions due to land use change and increased use of inputs. As you guys can see, study workflow in figure number 2, we began our research by
Recording
selecting
stopped.
and collecting the relevant data. Next, we run descriptive statistic, followed by unit root and co-integration test to examine the characteristic and relationship of the variables. After confirming that there was a long-term relationship, we apply several econometrics models to estimate the effects of each variable. Finally, we interpreted the results and used them to develop policy recommendations that support sustainable agricultural practices. The methodology. We use quarterly data from 1990 to 2022, which we obtained from our World in Data and the World Bank. Our dependent variable is carbon dioxide emissions measured in million metric tons. The key independent variables are pesticide use measured in tons, rainfall in millimeters, and agricultural value added measured in constant 2015 US dollars. These variables help us assess both human and natural factors that may influence emissions, particularly in agricultural contexts. We started the analysis using ordinary least squares and robust least squares to estimate the basic relationship among the variables. After that, we apply more advanced models, including FMOLS, CCR, and DOLS. These models help us deal with common issues in time series data, such as autocorrelation, endogeneity, and non-stationarity. Before running the models, we conduct preliminary tests. The Philip-Perron test showed that most variables were non-stationary at level, but become stationary after first differencing. Finally, the Johansson co-integration test confirmed that there is a long-run equilibrium relationship among these variables. Result and discussion. Looking at the summary statistic, we found that carbon dioxide emission averaged around 393 million metric tons with considerable variation over time. Pesticide use range from approximately 113,000 to 350,000 tons. This range reflects the shift in agricultural practices over the years. We also observed substantial fluctuation in both rainfall and agricultural value added. This variation highlights why it is important to understand how these changing conditions affect long-term environmental quality. Our unit root test showed that all variables except rainfall were not stationary in their level. However, they become stationary after first differencing. This means the data series are integrated of order 1. We then apply the Johansson co-integration test, which confirmed that the existence of a long-run relationship among carbon dioxide emissions, pesticide use, rainfall, and agricultural value added. This finding justified the use of advanced co-integration models to estimate the long-term effects of these variables. Here we present the regression results from both the static and dynamic models, as you can see in table number 5 and table number 6. Our results were consistent across all 5 estimation methods. We found that both pesticide use and agricultural value added have statistically significant and positive effect on carbon dioxide emissions. In contrast, rainfall has a significant negative effect, which suggests that it helps reduce emission through natural processes. This finding provides strong evidence that both human and environmental factors interact in shaping emissions levels in Indonesia. When we look at the graphical interpretation at graphical result, the pattern becomes clear. Higher pesticide use leads to more emissions. This is mainly because the production and use of pesticide depend heavily on fossil fuels. On the other hand, increased rainfall seems to help reduce emissions. It supports natural carbon absorption in soil and vegetation. Agricultural growth is important for the economy, but if not managed carefully, it can raise emissions due to more intensive land use and the greater use of chemical inputs. The conclusion. To conclude, our study confirmed that the agricultural sector in Indonesia contributes significantly to environmental degradation through increased carbon dioxide emissions. At the same time, rainfall helps to reduce the impact. The consistency of our findings across different models strengthens our confidence in this result. For future research, we suggest including additional variables such as land use change, the use of renewable energy, and regional climate patterns to develop a more complete understanding of this issue. Based on our findings, we recommend reducing the use of chemical pesticide by promoting integrated pest management and encouraging organic alternatives. It is also important to support climate-smart agricultural practices and invest in low-emission technologies that can reduce the environmental footprint of farming. Lastly, protecting ecosystems such as forests and wetland is essential. This natural system help absorb carbon dioxide and play a key role in maintaining environmental balance. Thank you for your kind attention, and I respectfully return to Madam Alvin.
Okay, thank you, Brother Alvin Salim, yeah, for very interesting and enlightening presentation about the pesticide, rainfall, and agricultural value added. Okay, dear presenters and audience, maybe you have any comments, feedback, and questions to our uh, presenters just now, please. The questions or from the audience here? Only one you can just put in the chat box or Zoom chat. Okay, so if there is no question, meanwhile waiting for the question, Brother Salim, I would like to, even though this paper has with me, yeah, to make this discussion more interesting, yeah, I'd like to get more information about your presentation. The first is you said about rainfall. Yeah, well, rainfall has negative relationship with the carbon dioxide. Yeah, it means that if the rainfall increase or there is more rain, it will decrease the CO2. Yeah, but the fact that the rainfall here is seems to be the exogenous variables, isn't it? Exogenous means that these variables is beyond the control of human being, isn't it? So we
Yes.
cannot we cannot we cannot ask the to have more rain, yeah. Although we have we conduct some specific treatments. So my question is, how to make these exogenous factors become controllable, because the rainfall here is very important aspect in your research. And my second query in terms of the agricultural output, yeah, and you noted very interesting points in your presentation that you say the more agricultural sectors uh, in the economy will promote more carbon dioxide. So it doesn't mean that there is any it is any um, dilemma or trade-off, yeah, between the output and also the environmental protection. So from these two aspects, we are as economists or as the policymakers. So which one that need to be protected, whether the agricultural value or environmental output, environmental protection? Or maybe you have any view regarding this with this kind of observation. Thank you, Brother Salim, please.
Okay. Thank you for your question. The question number one is about rainfall. Okay. Rainfall helps plant growth. When rainfall increase, plant and crops grow better. Plants absorb carbon dioxide from the air during photosynthesis, so more plant growth means more carbon dioxide is taken out of the atmosphere. And then rainfall improves soil moisture. Moist soil is more active biologically. It supports microorganisms and root system that help store carbon in the ground. Dry soil, on the other hand, release more carbon dioxide. And then reduce farming pressure. When rainfall is good, farmers don't need to use as much irrigation, fuel power pumps, or machines. That means fewer emission from energy use in agriculture. Prevent land degradation. Regular rainfall helps maintain a healthy ecosystem like forests, wetlands, and peatlands, which are natural carbon sinks. This system absorb and store large amount of carbon dioxide. And the question number 2 is about agricultural value added that increase. It means the farmer sector is producing more and becoming more economically valuable, but the emission is increased too. So when agricultural value added increase, it means the farming sector is producing more and becoming more economically valuable. That sounds good, but the process often causes more carbon dioxide emissions because more land is used. To produce more crops, forests or peatlands are often cleared. This land use change release store of carbon dioxide into the air. More machines energy, higher production usually means more tractors, pumps, and processing, and most of these use fuel, which produce carbon dioxide. And then last but not least, more chemicals. To increase yields, farmers often use more fertilizer and pesticide, which are made using fossil fuels and also release emissions during use. And the third question is about what we protecting about agricultural value added or the environmental. I think environmental is more like protect the environmental, and then you get the agricultural value added optimal. So if we manage the environmental, we can also manage the agricultural
Recording in
value added.
progress.
Okay, thank you, brother Salim. In the Zoom chat, you have another question actually from one of the audience here regarding with the transportation, transportation that will generate carbon dioxide as well. So how you respond this condition? If you can see in the Zoom chat
In
there.
the chat.
Yeah, in the Zoom chat. Yeah, one question. Yeah. So how you deal with the transportation issue that may affect also the CO dua. Yeah. And also
Right.
second question also direct to my previous question regarding with the if the rain is heavy and it's not stopped at all for several days, so
Okay.
it will also create any devastating to the farmers. Okay, maybe you may respond quickly.
Okay. Yes, that very good point. Conservation practices like organic farming or use compost still involve some emissions. For example, from transporting organic materials, fertilizer, or even equipment. These are called indirect emissions. But the key difference is the overall balance. Even though there's some carbon release during transport, conservation methods usually produce much less carbon dioxide compared to conventional farming. That because they reduce or eliminate chemical fertilizer and pesticides, which are very emission intensive to produce. They improve soil health, which helps store carbon in the ground. They avoid harmful practices like deforestation or over irrigation. So yes, transportation adds some carbon, but the total emissions are still usually lower. And the long-term benefits like carbon storage and ecosystem health make conservation the better choice overall. And then the question number 2 about heavy rain or rain that doesn't stop for several days can also cause failure and delays in harvesting for farmers. Yes, that's absolutely true. While moderate rainfall can help reduce carbon dioxide by supporting plant growth and soil health, too much rain, especially heavy or prolonged rainfall, can create serious problems for farmers. For example, it can delay harvest because the field becomes too wet or muddy to access. It can damage crops, especially if the plants are water sensitive or nearing harvest time. It also increases the risk of soil erosion and nutrient loss, which hurt productivity and the soil ability to store carbon. So even though
we can conclude that Malawi has the potential to do better if they adopt Islamic economic policies compared to relying much on conventional banking or conventional economic policies. Thank you. Thank you very much. The last part. Ya, terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya. Yeah, thanks a lot for your attentive. So like we said, we have a lot of questions, but the questions will be asked later. So I'm pretty sure you have a lot of questions. So I beg you can keep them. Then you're going to baptize me with those questions later on. So moving forward, we also have another presentation. And the title of the presentation is called From Literacy to Investment, the digital and the financial empowerment of women entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, this paper is going to be presented by two professors. We have Professor Arfida as well as Professor Muhammad Firmansyah. I don't know who is presenting.
Ini sudah adzan. Rick,
Bisa bahasa Inggris?
to be continued?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. To
Yes.
be continued or break?
Okay.
Continue, sir.
Continued.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes. Because adzan. Zuhur.
Okay.
Adzan. Okay, please. Moderator.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Measuring to what extent our economic growth is sustainable or not. Yeah. So in this case, we try to look at whether our economic growth that has been taking place in Indonesia has already been in the context of sustainable, quote unquote. So in this case, sustainable development therefore requires a balance across five key expenditures components. So if we look back to our macroeconomics theories, we found that consumption, investment, government spending, export, import become part and parcel that compose the economic growth. And in yeah, so this any maybe this the suggestion, suggestion from our audience here. Thank you for the question, for the suggestion. I will pick up as the very important key information from the next research that we will try to notice and take this as our next research agenda. Yeah? Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. Any other question or the advice, please? Okay, if there is no question, then we may next to the next one, so that we can earlier finish this rule. Yeah. So next one, we next to the next presenters. Maybe the operator can help us also to share the screen. The next presenters will be presenting the issue on this one is on early warning system, yeah, regarding with the sustainability issue as well. So this one actually another research, another extended research from the previous issue actually, the strengthening the sustainability through early warning system approach. So this kind of topics actually was inspired by the condition that sustainability based on the previous speakers also is very complex condition. So it must be include social, economic, politics, yeah, and also many factors. So therefore, sustainability seems to be very vulnerable, yeah, very difficult to be achieved unless we have certain mechanism to monitor that kind of issue. Yeah. So in this case, we try to look from literatures what has been good, what has been researched so far, so that we can see that early warning system here will be strengthening the sustainability in the long term. Next one is so this paper actually written by myself and also by some speakers from overseas, yeah, and also from practitioners as well, yeah, from the banking sectors. So this one actually motivated by the idea that sustainability is a complex challenge that mentioned by previous speakers. And this condition threaten not only just short term but also the long term sustainable development. However, this kind of sustainability become very important because the sustainability, if we can maintain, it can adapt and withstand shocks and recover. So this can will make our economy, or in the context of economy, will be more sustained in the long term. So therefore, in order to achieve that sustainability in the long term, we have to look for the strategy, yeah, the strategic rules. In this case, we try to look for some references in the context of early warning system, whereby this early warning system or EWS is very essential for risk prediction, rapid responses, and preparedness from local to global levels. So this kind of the EWS, not only just the mitigation techniques, but also the prevention techniques. Yeah. So therefore, this WES, if we can apply this one, it will be also looked through into geotechnical hazard management, industrial operation and chemical safety, and financial risk assessment. The next one, the next slide. So in the next slide, we see that the research gap that we can see there, the current studies mainly focus on technical aspect of EWS, but they are very limited exploration on their strategic role in sustainability. Example, in this case, how the participatory governance, resources optimization, enhancing adaptive capacity, and achieving the SDGs. So in short, conceptually, there is no any there's no literatures that integrate between the sustainability and also the way how to make it sustain. Not only just the issue, but how to make it sustain in the context of literatures. So therefore, the research objective is to explore the conceptual link between the EWS and sustainability and highlight the strategic roles of EWS across sectors and levels, and provide practical insight for policymakers, industry leaders, and communities. Next one. The next slide. So the methodology that we are using here is literature review. So this study actually employs a systematic literature review, or SLR, of the 45 peer review based on the Scopus Index articles from the last few years. Yeah, and this Prisma approach is transparent and rigorous in order to look at the way how we can filter the paper from the keywords. So we found in the end the relevant papers that can be used for uh, analyzing this issue. The next one. The next slide. So the result from this one, actually, we found that the emerging themes in EWS research, based on the overlay analysis, reveals a transdisciplinary research landscape for the EWS and sustainability. So it does mean that sustainability here requires a transdisciplinary approach, not only just economics or politics per se, but also it must be integrated. So therefore, these themes highlights the shift towards the high-tech adaptable solution. For example, we don't just look at the one issue, but also we have to integrate that issue into a high-tech issue, adaptable solution for rising to climate variability and global risk. For example, this one is just another example. Next one, please. The next slide. So the next slide also, in order to construct the EWS here, actually this framework emphasizes the sustainability and risk monitoring become part and parcel. And in the end, the essence of the EWS and sustainability actually is the ability of the of the components of the sustainability there to be constructed into certain threshold. So the threshold here, if we can construct the threshold, so this one become the part and parcel to model, yeah, the sustainability in the context of many issues. In the context of economics, for example, so we can construct the sustainability in the context of economic growth, for example, by certain threshold. So by this threshold, also as the reference to what extent the policymakers in the end should move and maybe to move or maybe stop or move, yeah, from certain situation. And this one is the process. Next one. Just a few slides left. The next slide is the next slide. The next slide. Yeah. The next slide is the 11 slide. The 11 slide. Slide 11. Yeah. So the slide number 11 sebelumnya, Mbak. Yeah. So this one is the AWS. If you have the framework there, actually can identify and mitigate the threat or the system stability. So if we can integrate within the EWS and sustainability, so this EWS actually could be surveillance and also the detection tools. Or when the component of sustainability here should be reduced or should be improved, perhaps. So therefore, it guides preventive and mitigative policies, ensuring the system remains stable and recover from the shocks, enhancing long-term sustainability. Yeah, so this one is another maybe the finding that we found from the literatures. The next one, please. The next slide. So therefore, the main difference with the EWS and our sustainability here actually is the core function. The core function of the tool. The EWS acts as a short-term shield. Yeah, and while sustainability is the long-term strategy. But together, forming a future-proof development approach. So it does mean that before we reach sustainability, we have to find out the system that can ensure the sustainability is achieved by early warning system mechanism. And the EWS actually is look like the risk management, for example. So the risk management is the part of the EWS. So if we combine this EWS and the sustainability in the future, it could be a future-proof development approach. And in the end, we can see the more sustained growth, yeah, in the context of many issues. The next one, the last slide, I guess. So therefore here, the integration between the two actually is EWS enables sustainability because it provides timely information for informed decision, avoiding setbacks and building resilience. And sustainability benefit from AWS actually is adapt strategies to early danger alert. So drought forecasting for water management, for example. So therefore, the relationship is both conceptual and instrumental, enhancing institutional resilience and then guiding adaptive policy in the future. The last one, I guess, conclusion. The last one, the conclusion is, so EWS are not just reactive crisis mechanism, but it provides strategic tools for long-term resilience, institutional learning, and policy foresight. So highlight gaps in literature's need for community-based practices, social inclusion, and implementation sciences, and key contribution across sectors agriculture need to be integrated, and integration requires cross-disciplinary collaboration and inclusive frameworks. I think that's all my our humble research. If you have any advice or maybe suggestion, I'm most welcome. Okay, no question. Okay, so if there are no question, then you move to the next presenters. I think the last presenters, Madam Mary Grace Mendrano, are you here? Are you ready, Madam
Yes.
Mary Grace? Okay, Madam
Yes,
Mary.
sir. Good
So
morning.
you okay? Good morning, Madam. So you are given around 10 minutes to share your research. solid waste management. In the secondary schools, live experience and voice from the field. So you are given 10 minutes, ma'am, to share your slide. Time is yours, ma'am, please. Okay, ma'am. We can see we have seen your slides. You may proceed, ma'am, please. Okay, Madam Mary, can you start and share yours?
Hello.
Is neutrality, and also many creation is indigenous, and we say that the bank credit is the main of our economy. So in the circuit monetary theory, you know that like circuit, the initial circuit, the initial start point of this whole economy is the bank credit or bank lending. So when the bank lending, this create money, and the money will be used by the firm to pay out the input, to pay the labor and also the household, and create effective demand. So of course, the credit cycles, when the credit tend to higher, of course, they create more job and also create more economic growth. So this is theoretical background based on this research. And this research objective and novelty, the first, we try to investigate the impact of bank credit in Indonesia on the two types output. The first is economic growth, and the second one is the unemployment rate. Yeah, and we try to over the two novelty. So the first, we are not only talking about the bank credit in total, but also we decompose the bank credit into three types. The first is working capital, investment, also consumptions. Because I think we will get the vibrant insight when we try to divide it, not all talking about the credit in totals. And the second one, we also offer, maybe not common familiar in finance, also monetary and macroeconomics, that we call credit per capita. So the credit per capita is simplified is a total credit in a region, let's say, or in a country divided by the total population. Maybe we are more familiar with the credit to GDP, but let's us over the credit per capita as one of the key idea of this research. And based on the data, we use the panel data yearly from 33 provinces in Indonesia from 2012 until 2021. And we use the GMM estimator here, panel data with GMM estimator, with some reasons. I use the literatures because you know that very challenging to prove the wider GMM in mathematical or statistical proof. So I just copy some paper like why GMM because this effective, and why use two step because where you for this higher asymptotic efficiency with model validity, and via the Sargan test and also Arellano-Bond test. And we go ahead to the main result. So the first, The type of the credit, household credit, investment, also working capital, definitely have the positive impact to our economic growth and also reduce the unemployment based on this data, based on this model. And you have the key finding. We also have key findings. So the first, the increase in consumer credit per capita has a greater positive impact on growth when we compare to the aggregate consumer credit. And it the same thing also find in unemployment, that the consumer credit per capita has a greater impact on lowering unemployment compared to the aggregate consumer credits. And this is maybe if you want interested with the statistical result. And maybe I'm forgetting to mention that we also use the some control variable like the direct expenditure, indirect expenditure, interest rate, inflation, and also the exchange rates as a control variable to our model. And yeah, the conclusion is maybe they're quietly different when we compare to developed country, maybe not mentioned in the text in the slide. In the developed country, maybe the consumption credits tend to lowering the growth, but in emerging country or developing country like in Indonesia, the consumer credit has a positive impact because in Indonesia, our GDP, our output aggregate commonly majority stand out from the consumer. So yeah, I think it made sense. The result with the reality, how the economy works in Indonesia, how the economic growth and also how the employment reduced by the consumer credit. So this is our initial research about the credit composition and also the offering about the credit per capita. Okay, thank you. Back to the chairperson, Mr. Khalifa.
Okay, thank you, Mas Rafiq. All right, so is there anyone who would like to ask? I have one question myself, but I'll let anyone else would like to ask.
Okay.
Anyone? No? Okay, so I will ask the question. So, how many provinces did you use for this research?
Okay, wait. Okay, actually we used the 33
okay.
Indonesia.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay, so I have only one question. Well, actually, this is very interesting topics related to, well, to the one that everyone likes, which is money, right?
Yeah.
And my question is that I'm wondering if people in different provinces, all right, in different provinces. So let's say I live in Yogyakarta, and then Mas Rafiq lives in Malang, right? In Malang, and then there is another person who lives outside Java, and each of us, understand money differently, like how the way we use, or we have a different behavior on the use of money. Do you think could that thing, could that different behavior change how bank loans maybe helps the economy and jobs?
About the different behavior of the peoples from any region, right?
Yep.
Actually, the research maybe not answer your question, but maybe I can get you that we assume that the behavior is homogeneous, right? So there is no heterogeneity issue at this model. Maybe we can use another model, right? Spatial analysis, maybe to capture the dependency from different region to another region. But a very interesting question, but I think this research not answer your question.
Okay. Okay, because I think for each provinces, the way the bank behave in order to give, for example, a bank credit to the customers, it's different for each provinces. And
Yeah.
of course, it depends on, like, for example, like in maybe in the industrial area or industrial province, like in West Java, in Jawa Barat, the bank itself eagerly to give more credits to the people because there are a lot of industry in that area. However, in another part of the Indonesia, where there are no industry or very very less industry, very very small number of industry, the bank itself it's going to behave differently, and this behavior of the bank depends on the behavior of the people, behavior of the situations of the province itself, whether the province is industrial area or not. So I think my suggestion is you need to think about how you going to capture these differences from each province. And I'm not sure if the GMM could capture that. I think you need to consider. Uh, well, I'm not a macro economist, but what I can think is that perhaps you could also check with the fixed effects method, and then you compare your result with the GMM in this case. Because when you use the fixed effect method, this fixed
Recording in
effect
progress.
capturing these differences.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, not capturing, absorbing these differences,
The
right?
heterogeneity, right?
Yeah, absorbing these differences. So perhaps the difference between between the province as the industrial area and the province with no industrial area, it's going to be absorbed. So you can just argue with the main effects to the to your dependent variables in this case. So I think that's one thing that you could do as a robustness checks.
Yeah, of course. Maybe we can use the dummy variable, like say that industrial.
Exactly.
Compare, right?
Exactly. That's one way you could do as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Khalifa.
Okay.
Maybe
Is there any question? Any other questions? No. We still have like maybe about 10 minutes. Okay. If not, let's end this first parallel sessions. Okay. Before we go, I would like to invite you all to open the camera so Mas Rizky, the operator of this room, could take the picture. Mas Rizky, could you please take our picture? Okay, please count, Mas Rizky.
okay. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, wait. Once again, 3, 2. Wait. Okay, 3, 2. Okay.
Okay, Ken? Okay, thank you very much, Mas Rizky. Thank you very much for all the presenters. I hope we can meet again for another sessions. Now, we're going to have a lunch break, and then we are going to resume our parallel sessions at 1:30. Okay, 13:30. Okay, thank you very much. I end the sessions now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Muslims, they are going to welcome the idea based on what happened in Islamic banking, where non-Muslims, they are the ones who forced the government to establish that Islamic bank. So I'm sure there will be no any kind of a problem with other religious believers, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Other questions, please, to any of the presenters? Okay, my question goes to, I don't want to mention the name because I'm going to fail to pronounce it again, but the surname is Fabiola. Can you correct me the name, the first name? How do you pronounce the first name?
Beral Fabiola.
Dera Fabiola, mashallah, mashallah.
Thank you.
Okay, you had a very nice presentation and the topic was quite amazing. It's a unique based on what I know. Can you give us insight on probably the case of this terrorism here in Indonesia? Do you have some percentages like, okay, maybe this year it has increased or maybe it has decreased by this far from compared to last year? Do you have all those statistics? I don't know if you got my question.
Sorry, I don't have a statistic about the terrorism occur in Indonesia.
Okay, okay. No, it's okay, it's okay. I just wanted to have an insight to know that, am I safe or maybe I'm not safe? But anyway, thanks a lot for the nice presentation. Anybody with a question? We have 5 minutes more.
Yeah, may I?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. My second question goes to the Miss Beral Fabiola. Your presentation, I'm sure it's very interesting, but I a little bit confused. I mean, according to the international law, I mean the international, what the current situation at the moment, what happened in the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to main room. Thank you very much for your presentations for parallelization 1. We will now take a break for your praise zuhur, lunch for rest anything. Please take this time for refresh yourself. And kindly remain to the main Zoom room. If you have the schedule for presentation in second presentation, please back to main room on 1:13. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to main rooms. Thank you very much for your participation on first parallel. We will now to take a break for you for pray, zuhur, lunch, and take rest. Please take this time for refresh yourself, but kindly remain in the main room. If you have the schedule for presentation in second presentation, please back to main room at 1:13. Thank you.
UMM aspires to achieve international recognition by accrediting its programs by 2022 to 2030, enhancing global competitiveness. The Strategic Internationalization Plan prioritizes AACSB accreditation, promoting innovation in curriculum development, ensuring relevance to global trends. In alignment with the objectives of developmental spirit of UMM, the Department of Development Economics strategically envisions its milestones. Commencing from 2010 to 2014, the program focused on strengthening the vision, mission, targets, and strategies, committing to emerge as a preeminent department in producing competitive economic scholars within ASEAN. As a manifestation of internationalization, the Department of Development Economics is rooted in an entrepreneurial spirit, Islamic values, and contributes to sustainable development goals. To fortify its international presence, the Department of Development Economics engage in benchmarking and collaborations with several ASEAN countries, including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Malaysia, as a tangible commitment to internationalization. These endeavors, embedded in the values of the entire academic community, involve stakeholders in the Department of Development Economics. The reinforcement of collaboration in the Department of Development Economics is marked by academic and non-academic activities, prioritizing the alignment with the three dharma of higher education alongside key partners known as 2D, business and industrial world, at the local, national, and international levels. Beyond this, ardently supports the three dharma, particularly in research and community service, by engaging with various stakeholders. These collaborations significantly benefit the development of teaching and learning activities, as well as the enhancement of the Department of Development Economics curriculum. The collaborative efforts take shape through activities such as seminars, workshops, guest lectures, and student exchanges. All the positive activities within the Department of the Development Economics resonate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to main room. Thank you very much for all your presentation for Parallelization 1. We will now take a break for maybe you can lunch, pray zuhur, or taking anything. Please take this time to refresh yourself. Kindly remind in the main Zoom, if you have a schedule for presentation in second parallelization, please come back to main room at 1:13 or 1:15. Thank you very much.
UMM aspires to achieve international recognition by accrediting its programs by 2022 to 2030, enhancing global competitiveness. The Strategic Internationalization Plan prioritizes AACSB accreditation, promoting innovation in curriculum development, ensuring relevance to global trends. In alignment with the objectives of developmental spirit of UMM, the Department of Development Economics strategically envisions its milestones. Commencing from 2010 to 2014, the program focused on strengthening the vision, mission, targets, and strategies, committing to emerge as a preeminent department in producing competitive economic scholars within ASEAN. As a manifestation of internationalization, the Department of Development Economics is rooted in an entrepreneurial spirit, Islamic values, and contributes to sustainable development goals. To fortify its international presence, the Department of Development Economics engage in benchmarking and collaborations with several ASEAN countries, including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Malaysia, as a tangible commitment to internationalization. These endeavors, embedded in the values of the entire academic community, involve stakeholders in the Department of Development Economics. The reinforcement of collaboration in the Department of Development Economics is marked by academic and non-academic activities, prioritizing the alignment with the three dharma of higher education, alongside key partners known as 2D, business and industrial world, at the local, national, and international levels. Beyond this, ardently supports the three dharma, particularly in research and community service, by engaging with various stakeholders. These collaborations significantly benefit the development of teaching and learning activities, as well as the enhancement of the Department of Development Economics curriculum. The collaborative efforts take shape through activities such as seminars, workshops, guest lectures, and student exchanges. All the positive activities within the Department of the Development Economics resonate with various stakeholders, notably inclusive of students scattered across different countries, a tangible manifestation of internationalization. Further enhancing the soft and hard skills of the Department of Development Economics students, the program collaborates with stakeholders to fortify the MBKM program. To develop practical skills, students are empowered through internships in the professional field. Collaborative activities are meticulously planned to support the academic and non-academic achievements of the Department of Development Economics students. The pivotal role played by human resources is evident in the zealous pursuit of the vision, mission, targets, and strategies to attain excellence in the field of development economics, fostering competitiveness with ASEAN. The efficiency of the faculty's profile and the availability of educational staff contribute significantly to national educational quality improvement, the advancement of knowledge, technology, arts, and community service. Adequate facilities such as classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and instructional technology are essential components in supporting academic activities and curriculum development. Strengthening integrated facilities and infrastructure allows the university to create an environment conducive to implementing the three dharma of higher education. This, in turn, facilitates the production of high-quality graduates, contributes to impactful research, and provides beneficial services to the community. Support curriculum activities reflected through graduate learning outcomes and graduate profiles, both pivotal designing and evaluating the program at the Department of Development Economics. The implementation of research and community service, particularly focusing on sustainable development goals, demands meticulous planning and adherence to research guidelines based on a baseline. This involves identifying key issues relevant to SDGs. In the Department of Development Economics activities, there is a concerted effort to encourage faculty members to engage in scholarly publication in well-indexed journals, contributing to the enhancement of the university's image and reputation in alignment with the VMTS of the Department of Development Economics.
Ekonomi pembangunan, local wisdom in global thinking.
Local wisdom in global thinking.
Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional. Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki 4 enrichment course, yaitu ekonomi pembangunan berkelanjutan, ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi kesehatan, serta ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam.
Welcome to Faculty Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Economic study program with excellent accreditation is the right place for those who are interested in becoming professionals for economic institutions, banking and finance, and also research center Indonesia. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is the third of the best study programs in Indonesia in the field of economics, econometrics, and finance based on Simago institution rankings. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta born to be number 1.
The Economic Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has 2 graduate profiles, namely as economic analysts and entrepreneurs who are equipped with knowledge and insights on various topics related to the problems faced both in macro and micro spheres. Various analytical tools are studied and applied in various cases, supported by technology and integration of Islamic values in each courses.
Dalam memberikan pengalaman belajar yang prima bagi mahasiswa, program studi ekonomi memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menunjang pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang nyaman, perpustakaan, student lounge, kelas IT, BI Corner, Bursa Efek Indonesia, mini bank, masjid, fasilitas olahraga, kantin dan kafe mahasiswa, serta sportorium. Selain itu, program studi ekonomi memperkenalkan rencana evakuasi darurat seperti jalur evakuasi, titik kumpul, alat pemadam kebakaran, hydrant, serta baju pemadam kebakaran. Melalui program internasional, kami memiliki kegiatan pertukaran pelajar dengan institusi terkemuka di dunia, seperti universitas di Malaysia, Tiongkok, Taiwan, Turki, Timur Tengah, negara-negara Eropa, dan Afrika. Alumni program studi ekonomi bekerja di beberapa institusi bergengsi seperti Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Kementerian Luar Negeri, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Keuangan Mikro Syariah, dan lain sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night, I'm Unity Tanya Velasta, IPF student, batch 2019, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In here, I'm not only learning in the class, but also I have many other interesting experience, such as attending seminar with extraordinary speakers, learning culture and history directly in museum and other historical places. I also had the opportunity to do an internship here at COSAM, a company engaged in research and development in Turkey.
IPF had given me a lot of opportunities to enhance my potentials, including my potentials in international levels. So they always push me to the limit that I have to involve in many international activities such as student exchange, international paper competitions, and EDGE. And this experience really helped me to fostering my leadership skills, my independent skill, as well as my participation in international communities.
Program studi ekonomi mengadakan event internasional seperti International Conference on Islamic Economics and Financial Inclusion setiap 2 tahun. Summer Course International Training for Young Islamic and Economics Leaders setiap tahun. HIMI Economics Research Olympiad, International Research Dissemination Forum, Taiwan Higher Education Exhibition, and International Culinary Festivals.
OMA has a high qualified lecturers who teach in English on quiet, practical manner. OMA provide a lot of facilities to improve the well-being of the students. And also there are serious guest lecturers and international conference for Islamic economic and finance.
It's a wonderful place to be here at UMA, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute for a long-term sustainable change and development, and I'm very glad to be given the opportunity to be here and contribute my skills and knowledge for the betterment of this society.
Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, kreatif dan berkarakter Islami.
Welcome to Yogyakarta, the city of students. The city where a significant number of public and private schools and universities are located. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta, a private university established on September 27, 1965 by Yayasan Slamet Riyadi Yogyakarta.
Dalam bahasa Sanskerta, Atma berarti jiwa dan Jaya berarti unggul, sehingga Atma Jaya berarti jiwa yang unggul. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta juga memiliki semboyan dalam bahasa Latin Serviens in Lumine Veritatis, yang artinya melayani dalam cahaya kebenaran.
The four core values upheld by UAJE are excellence, inclusivity, humanism, and integrity. Excellence implies a quality or being better than others. Inclusivity means encompassing all social groups. Humanism, the definition, means to serve the common interest of fellow humans. Integrity means adherence to the moral and ethical principles, honesty, reliability, consistency in words and acts, and a sense of responsibility. UAJE supports diverse values, cultures, religions, races, ethnicities, and languages as a university with students from all across Indonesia. UAJE's diversity is an asset for further collaboration and synergy in preparing for a better future.
Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta memiliki 4 kampus yang terbagi menjadi Kampus 1, Gedung Santo Alfonsus. Kampus 2, Gedung Santo Thomas Aquinas. Kampus 3, Gedung Santo Bonaventura. Dan Kampus 4, Gedung Bunda Teresa. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta memiliki fakultas dengan berbagai program studi sarjana, program studi magister, dan international undergraduate program.
Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta is the second home for every individual to develop and share information, and a university with a high-quality education to attain unlimited aspirations and accomplishments. To achieve the goals, UAJY provides classrooms with a hybrid learning system, laboratories in each faculty as a room to explore, co-working space as a discussion room, medical personnel who are always available in the university clinic room, and a library that provide books, e-books, and digital libraries to open a wide window onto the world in various ways.
UAJY selalu konsisten memberikan pelayanan yang didasari rasa solidaritas kepada sesama. Selama saya bekerja di UAJY, saya merasakan kekeluargaan yang sangat kuat menjadi dasar bagi seluruh sivitas akademika.
UAJY endeavors to develop graduates who are ethical, creative, innovative, adaptive, transformational, collaborative, and benevolent. All these are aimed to help students achieve their future dreams.
Mendidik itu mengajarkan ilmu pengetahuan dan berbela rasa serta berkontribusi pada kesejahteraan masyarakat. Hal tersebut menjadi landasan fundamental bagi Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta untuk mencetak generasi muda yang unggul di bidangnya dan memiliki integritas moral yang tinggi. Saya bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta. Viva UAJY, kami bangga ada di sini.
The world is becoming more limitless, and global competition is becoming more accessible. But that doesn't mean compromising our essence and abandoning our cherished values. Instead, it's an opportunity to showcase the greatness of our diversity to the world. Globalization demands that we stay abreast of the latest scientific developments to meet the needs of our time and serve humanity. That is why we need to open our hearts, continue learning, and never be content in our quest to become individuals who are excellent, modern, and guided by Islamic values. With this spirit, we believe that achievements are inevitable and that they open up broader opportunities for continuous progress and being at the forefront. Surely on the path of change, we will face obstacles that we must overcome, demonstrating our ability to conquer them. Health, environment, economic development, and other areas in need of improvement. To what extent can we stride forward and contribute to supporting our nation? We simply need not hesitate to try, for today belongs to us. We will hold hands, collaborate, work shoulder to shoulder, and together achieve success. Because
UMM aspires to achieve international recognition by accrediting its programs by 2022 to 2030, enhancing global competitiveness. The Strategic Internationalization Plan prioritizes AACSB accreditation, promoting innovation in curriculum development, ensuring relevance to global trends. In alignment with the objectives of developmental spirit of UMM, the Department of Development Economics strategically envisions its milestones. Commencing from 2010 to 2014, the program focused on strengthening the vision, mission, targets, and strategies, committing to emerge as a preeminent department in producing competitive economic scholars within ASEAN. As a manifestation of internationalization, the Department of Development Economics is rooted in an entrepreneurial spirit, Islamic values, and contributes to sustainable development goals. To fortify its international presence, the Department of Development Economics engaged in benchmarking and collaborations with several ASEAN countries, including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Malaysia, as a tangible commitment to internationalization. These endeavors, embedded in the values of the entire academic community, involve stakeholders in the Department of Development Economics. The reinforcement of collaboration in the Department of Development Economics is marked by academic and non-academic activities, prioritizing the alignment with the three dharma of higher education alongside key partners known as duty, business and industrial world at the local, national, and international levels. Beyond this, ardently supports the three dharma, particularly in research and community service by engaging with various stakeholders. These collaborations significantly benefit the development of teaching and learning activities, as well as the enhancement of the Department of Development Economics curriculum. The collaborative efforts take shape through activities such as seminars, workshops, guest lectures, and student exchanges. All the positive activities within the Department of the Development Economics resonate with various stakeholders, notably inclusive of students scattered across different countries, a tangible manifestation of internationalization. Further enhancing the soft and hard skills of the Department of Development Economics students, the program collaborates with stakeholders to fortify the MBKM program. To develop practical skills, students are empowered through internships in the professional field. Collaborative activities are meticulously planned to support the academic and non-academic achievements of the Department of Development Economics students. The pivotal role played by human resources is evident in the zealous pursuit of the vision, mission, targets, and strategies to attain excellence in the field of development economics, fostering competitiveness with ASEAN. The efficiency of the faculty's profile and the availability of educational staff contribute significantly to national educational quality improvement, the advancement of knowledge, technology, arts, and community service. Adequate facilities such as classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and instructional technology are essential components in supporting academic activities and curriculum development. Strengthening integrated facilities and infrastructure allows the university to create an environment conducive to implementing the three dharma of higher education. This, in turn, facilitates the production of high-quality graduates, contributes to impactful research, and provides beneficial services to the community. Support curriculum activities reflected through graduate learning outcomes and graduate profiles, both pivotal to designing and evaluating the program at the Department of Development Economics. The implementation of research and community service, particularly focusing on sustainable development goals, demands meticulous planning and adherence to research guidelines based on a baseline. This involves identifying key issues relevant to SDGs. In the Department of Development Economics activities, there is a concerted effort to encourage faculty members to engage in scholarly publication in well-indexed journals, contributing to the enhancement of the university's image and reputation in alignment with the VMTS of the Department of Development Economics.
Ekonomi pembangunan, local wisdom in global thinking.
Local wisdom in global thinking.
Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional. Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki 4 enrichment course, yaitu ekonomi pembangunan berkelanjutan, ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi kesehatan, serta ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam.
Welcome to Faculty Economics and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Economic Study Program with excellent accreditation is the right place for those who are interested in becoming professionals of economic institutions, banking, finance, and also research center Indonesia. Economic Study Program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is the third of the best study programs in Indonesia in the field of economics, econometrics, and finance based on Simago institution rankings. Economic Study Program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta born to be number one.
The Economic Study Program Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has two graduate profiles, namely as economic analysts and entrepreneurs who are equipped with knowledge and insights on various topics related to the problems faced both in macro and micro spheres. Various analytical tools are studied and applied in various cases, supported by technology and integration of Islamic values in each courses.
Dalam memberikan pengalaman belajar yang prima bagi mahasiswa, program studi ekonomi memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menunjang pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang nyaman, perpustakaan, student lounge, kelas IT, BI Corner, Bursa Efek Indonesia, mini bank, masjid, fasilitas olahraga, kantin dan kafe mahasiswa, serta sportorium. Selain itu, program studi ekonomi memperkenalkan rencana evakuasi darurat seperti jalur evakuasi, titik kumpul, alat pemadam kebakaran, hydrant, serta baju pemadam kebakaran. Melalui program internasional, kami memiliki kegiatan pertukaran pelajar dengan institusi terkemuka di dunia, seperti universitas di Malaysia, Tiongkok, Taiwan, Turki, Timur Tengah, negara-negara Eropa, dan Afrika. Alumni program studi ekonomi bekerja di beberapa institusi bergengsi seperti Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Kementerian Luar Negeri, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Keuangan Mikro Syariah, dan lain sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night, I'm Unity Tanya Velasta, IPF student batch 2019, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In here, I'm not only learning in the class, but also I have many other interesting experience, such as attending seminar with extraordinary speakers, learning culture and history directly in museum and other historical places. I also had the opportunity to do an internship here at COSAM, a company engaged in research and development in Turkey.
IPF had given me a lot of opportunities to enhance my potentials, including my potentials in international levels. So they always push me to the limit that I have to involve in many international activities such as student exchange, international paper competitions, and EDGE. And this experience really helped me to fostering my leadership skills, my independent skill, as well as my participation in international communities.
Program studi ekonomi mengadakan event internasional seperti International Conference on Islamic Economics and Financial Inclusion setiap 2 tahun. Summer Course International Training for Young Islamic and Economics Leaders setiap tahun. HIMI Economics Research Olympiad, International Research Dissemination Forum, Taiwan Higher Education Exhibition, and International Culinary Festivals.
OMA has a high qualified lecturers who teach in English on quiet, practical manner. UMA provide a lot of facilities to improve the well-being of the students. And also there are serious guest lecturers and international conference for Islamic economic and finance.
It's a wonderful place to be here at UMA, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute for a long-term sustainable change and development, and I'm very glad to be given the opportunity to be here and contribute my skills and knowledge for the betterment of this society.
Program Studi Ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, kreatif dan berkarakter Islami.
Welcome to Yogyakarta, the city of students. The city where a significant number of public and private schools and universities are located. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta, a private university established on September 27, 1965 by Yayasan Slamet Riyadi Yogyakarta.
Dalam bahasa Sanskerta, Atma berarti jiwa dan Jaya berarti unggul, sehingga Atma Jaya berarti jiwa yang unggul. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta juga memiliki semboyan dalam bahasa Latin Serviens in Lumine Veritatis, yang artinya melayani dalam cahaya kebenaran.
The four core values upheld by UAJE are excellence, inclusivity, humanism, and integrity. Excellence implies equality or being better than others. Inclusivity means encompassing all social groups. Humanism, the definition, means to serve the common interest of fellow humans. Integrity means adherence to the moral and ethical principles, honesty, reliability, consistency in words and acts, and a sense of responsibility. UAJE supports diverse values, cultures, religions, races, ethnicities, and languages as a university with students from all across Indonesia. And synergy in preparing for a better future.
Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta memiliki 4 kampus yang terbagi menjadi Kampus 1, Gedung Santo Alfonsus. Kampus 2, Gedung Santo Thomas Aquinas. Kampus 3, Gedung Santo Bonaventura. Dan Kampus 4, Gedung Bunda Teresa. Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta memiliki fakultas dengan berbagai program studi sarjana, program studi magister, dan international undergraduate program.
Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta is a second home for every individual to develop and share information, and a university with a high-quality education to attain unlimited aspirations and accomplishments. To achieve the goals, UAJE provides classrooms with hybrid learning system, laboratories in each faculty as a room to explore, co-working space as a discussion room, medical personnel who are always available in the university clinic room, and a library that provide books, e-books, and digital libraries to open a wide window onto the world in various ways.
UAJ selalu konsisten memberikan pelayanan yang didasari rasa solidaritas kepada sesama. Selama saya bekerja di UAJY, saya merasakan kekeluargaan yang sangat kuat menjadi dasar bagi seluruh sivitas akademika.
UAJE endeavors to develop graduates who are ethical, creative, innovative, adaptive, transformational, collaborative, and benevolent. All these are aimed to help students achieve their future dreams.
Mendidik itu mengajarkan ilmu pengetahuan dan berbela rasa serta berkontribusi pada kesejahteraan masyarakat. Hal tersebut menjadi landasan fundamental bagi Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta untuk mencetak generasi muda yang unggul di bidangnya dan memiliki integritas moral yang tinggi. Saya bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta. Viva UAJE, kami bangga ada di sini.
The world is becoming more limitless, and global competition is becoming more accessible. But that doesn't mean compromising our essence and abandoning our cherished values. Instead, it's an opportunity to showcase the greatness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parallel sessions. We will now begin the second parallel sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please check the program book and other assigned breakout rooms according to your presentation schedule. Once again, if you need assistance, please reach out with our moderator, operator, or can chat box what your problem. Thank you.
PowerPoint?
Yes,
Or...
I'm sharing it.
Okay, great. Nice. So,
Okay.
yes, it works.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it works, please.
Okay. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's perfect. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dia Nirmala Arumjani. I'm presenting on behalf of my co-authors, my team. They are Elma Munjar Aditya, Eri Santosa, and Andwiani Sinar Asri from Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang. So today we'll explore behavioral accounting and institutional innovation, a foundation for sustainable development. Okay, let's continue to the next overview, our presentation overview. So in here, let me see. Okay. Here's our roadmap. So our conceptual manuscript covers the role of behavioral accounting in sustainability, its impact on policies, government innovation, decision biases, overcoming resistance, incentives, and we conclude with several key takeaways. So let's start with why behavioral accounting matters. Okay. Behavioral accounting integrates human behavior into accounting practices. So moving beyond just numbers that we all know, usually we know, yeah. So it aligns organizational decisions with sustainability goals, fostering transparent, responsive, and accountable institution. So by understanding behavioral dynamics, we can drive innovation that supports sustainable development. So this approach ensures institutions are not only financially sound, but also socially and environmentally responsible. So that's the key focus: transparent, responsible, and accountable institution. And now the role in institutional effectiveness. So in behavioral accounting reflects human behavior in decision making, balancing financial reporting with sustainability goals. So it will enhances environmental and social governance by focusing on how people interact with data. So accountants play a critical role in here, adopting sustainability focused indicators and overcoming cognitive barriers to drive meaningful change. So this will ensure institutions align with long-term sustainability objectives. Okay. Now, sustainability reporting aligns business activities with ecological and social goals. It requires transparency and robust governance to be effective. By combining social accountability with management controls, organizations strengthen their commitment to sustainability. So materiality framework helps prioritize stakeholder driven issues, ensuring accurate and impactful reporting. In this institutional behavior, so in this case, it shapes sustainability policies from development to implementation. For example, political market framework shows how institutions influence policy cost and effectiveness. And then universities foster sustainable behavior through educations, while leading hospitals demonstrate how a strong sustainable culture drives environmental performance. So they're all aligning behavior with goals. So it is the key to policy success. Behavioral accounting strengthen governance by reducing cognitive biases and promoting participatory approaches like budgeting, which engage citizens in decision making. It supports evidence-based policies that align with human behavior. So it will foster innovative governance models that adapt to complex sustainability challenges and making institutions more responsive and more effective. So decision biases like stereotypes or status quo preferences can hinder sustainability efforts. In healthcare, biases affect diagnosis. In corporate governments, they overlook sustainability. So in institutional reforms combined with behavioral interventions are essential to address these biases. So it will ensure better outcomes for environmental and social goals across sectors. Resistance to sustainability often stems from status quo bias or cultural conflicts. Behavioral insights help design targeted intervention to overcome this barrier. So technology enhances transparency, building stakeholder trust. Tailoring solutions to an organization's context ensure effective adoption of sustainable practices, driving long-term change. Incentives are critical for sustainable innovation. Financial tools like tax reforms and venture capital will boost green initiatives. Equity incentive encourage sustainable investments, especially in non-state firms, while political incentives like regional policies drive environmental progress, so it will benefit for in the long run. And then however, this careful design is needed to avoid unintended consequences that might occur and ensure alignment with sustainability goals. In summary, behavioral accounting strengthens institutions by integrating human behavior into sustainability frameworks, and it enhances decision making, supports effective policies, and builds resilient systems. By leveraging behavioral insights, we can create adaptive institutions ready to tackle global challenges and ensuring a sustainable future. Okay. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any insights from any of you for the paper improvement, and you can also reach us at diajani@onimus.ac.id for further discussion. And thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the interesting presentation, Ibu Diah Jani. Is there any question from other participants regarding Bu Diah Jani research? Can raise hand or you can type in the comment, please.
Mr. Romi, I have one question.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah,
Pak.
Ahmad Junaidi.
Yeah, Pak Ahmad Junaidi, please proceed with the question.
Thank you, Ibu. I have one question. Yeah, this is maybe very relevant with your research. Yeah. What is the role of technology in supporting behavioral, accounting, and institutional innovation for sustainable development, Bu? Yeah, this is the role of the technology. Yeah. Thank you, Bu.
Could you please repeat your question, Pak Ahmad Junaidi, because there is a glitch.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes,
my voice is clear or not?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, yeah. This our question. What is the role of technology in supporting behavioral, accounting, and institutional innovation for sustainable development? As you mentioned, only enhancing transparency. Yes. Yeah. May you add more explore. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I'll try to answer the question. Thank you for the excellent question, and let me address the role of technology in supporting behavioral accounting for sustainable development. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. So as it is a critical aspect of, well, not exactly research, it's just mini research, because we provide only conceptual manuscript, not exactly like big research in this case. So technology plays like a pivotal role in enhancing behavioral accounting by improving transparency, data analysis, and then stakeholder engagement, as we can see that all of which align organizational behavior with sustainability goals. Firstly, technology enables advanced data analytics to process behavioral data effectively. For instance, for example, software tools that can analyze patterns in financial and non-financial data, such as employee or customer behavior towards sustainability initiatives. So it will allows organization to identify biases like status quo preferences, like what it has already been, and then if we can see the data that eventually transform into information, so we can identify the biases and then design targeted intervention to encourage sustainable practices. For example, like predictive analytics can model how stakeholders respond to sustainability policies, helping us accountant tailor strategies that resonate with human behavior. And then secondly, technology supports transparency in sustainability reporting. So it's a key component of behavioral accounting. Digital platforms such as we have followed this morning keynote speech, such as blockchain-based system, it can ensure accurate and verifiable sustainability metrics, building trust among stakeholders. So this transparency is crucial for overcoming resistance to change, as we have put that in our paper, but since the presentation we don't have much time, so we don't express more. So, but it is noted in our paper, and this will make progress visible and accountable. For example, real-time dashboard can display environmental performance metric, reinforcing accountability and encouraging stakeholders to align with sustainability goals. And additionally, I don't know, this 1, 2, 3. Okay, technology facilitates stakeholder engagement through tools like participatory budgeting platforms, and this will allow citizens or employees or any stakeholders, society, to engage directly with sustainability initiatives, like aligning organizational decision with what community needs. So in our manuscript and our paper, we highlight on how such engagement reduce cognitive barriers and foster culture sustainability. However, this technology effectiveness depend on its integration with behavioral insight. So without understanding human behavior, tech solution risk being like underutilized or misaligned. Like we know that maybe some people like in Indonesia are not really ready to accept the technology. Like it will always have like barriers, or people like misuse it, no, do not use it as they're supposed to do. Like for example, overly complex system might overwhelm the user, like reinforcing resistance to change. Like people, when they are forced to see the new change, like sometimes they resist. So thus technology must be user centric, designed with behavioral principles to ensure adoption. So I hope that like like let me summarize this. Like technology will amplify behavioral accounting by enhancing data driven decision making, transparency and engagement, like between the company and the stakeholder, and all critical for sustainable development. So it's a powerful, let's say, what is it, enabler, but its success hinges on aligning. So it become like hinges on aligning with human behavior and institutional context. I hope it answers your question, Mr. Ahmad Junaidi.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Mbak Dia. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So back to the moderator.
Income. Most people are willing to pay more if they believe the product is truly valuable. Together, this point explain how consumers think and act toward organic F&B product. Okay, the next section is research method. In this study, we use a descriptive qualitative method to explore consumers' views on organic F&B products from MSMEs or UMKM. Nah, data came from 3 sources. The first one is online questionnaire, which is 107 valid response. And then in-depth interviews with 3 selected consumer. And the third one is observation at MSME location. And we use thematic analysis to identify patterns in consumer behavior. And the sampling technique is respondent selected based on specific criteria. And then the working hypothesis or the main assumptions is consumer trust and prefer organic products due to health and prefer organic products, which affects or influences their purchase decisions. And the next one is research flow. This flow outlines our research process. It started with identifying problem, and then reviewing literature, and the third are research question and objective formulation. And then we design two main data collection paths. The first path is questionnaire to screen and gather descriptive insights from 107 valid response. And the second is in-depth interview with 3 selected respondents for deeper exploration. And this combination of data was then integrated and analyzed using descriptive analysis and thematic coding. Also, this helped draw conclusions and practical strategies from MSMEs in organic F&B sector. The next sections will be presented by Julia Putri.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. Okay. Respondent characteristic. This study collected 115 responses through online questionnaires. After filtering out 8 incomplete entrants, a total of 107 valid responses were analyzed. The respondents were dominated by females, 65.2%, with the majority age 18 to 25 years, 76.5%. In terms of income, around 79% earn below 5 million rupiah per month, indicating that most participants were students or early career professionals. Importantly, 89.6% of respondents had purchased organic food or beverages from MSMEs, making them suitable for exploring consumer perspectives and behavior toward organic products. Next, consumer perspective, purchase discussion, and influencing factors. Consumers had generally positive views of organic products, average score 4.22, especially regarding health benefits. However, trust in organic labeling was lower, 3.89, showing a need for clearer, more transparent product information. Most respondents were satisfied with their purchase and willing to recommend them. And price, lifestyle alignment, and social influence like peer recommendation and promotions also played key roles in shaping discussion. Next. In conclusion, consumers show a general positive perceptions of organic food and beverage products, associating them with health, safety, and natural quality. However, this positive perception doesn't always translate into action. Purchase discussions are influenced by price, sensitivity, label clarity, and packaging appearance. Interviews confirm that trust depends on transparent products communication. Without it, even health conscious consumer may hesitate to make a purchase.
Data and also the technology itself. So that's why this research also want to gather more about the bias and the recent publication and the presentation regarding the systematic overview of the academic discourse. And this paper aimed to highlight scholarly approach to tackling silo fragmentation and examines how system theory frame digital government as a self-referential adaptive system. So in this literature review, I adopt two concepts, the big concept. The first is digital government concept and the silo fragmentation concept, which is this both concept is really relevant with the transformation digitalization, especially in the government. When we adopt digital in the government, when we adopt digitalization in the government, so we have two kind of aspect that have to be adopted. First is the technology itself, and then the second is the data. So when we're talking about the technology, means we have to focus about the digital government concept. But when we talk about the data, means we have to understand more about the silo fragmentation concept, because as we know that every government have a lot of the data bank, right? But they are lacking on how the data can be distributed and can be produced. So this research will talk more about that. And then the result of this research, we just applying the autopoietic perspective as the finding in this research that suggests digital governance function as a self-referential adaptive system that internally process complexity using algorithm, data standard, and AI-driven rules. And we are known here, this is only like the scientometrics that using database from Scopus from 2013 until 2023, there is a lot of digital transformation concept that already exploring by a lot of the authors, a lot of the articles, but we are lacking on how the data government can be transformed well in the government officer. So overall, the study reveals a convergence of data-driven approaches and technological autonomy and systematic resilience, pointing to opportunities for further research into the self-producing evolution of digital government amidst environmental, social, and also the political dynamic. The second one, we are more attention that see fit digital government toward areas like the digital health, human and sustainable development, and also environmental protection, reflecting a move from purely technical concern to more ethical. So when we are, for example, we already adopting the technology, but we are lacking on how the ethical using a technology itself and how to controlling the data from the technology. So that's why adapting technology in the government, not only how we can provide the technology, but how we can also manage the technology as our resources to support how the government can handling and producing the decision making. I'm sorry, this is just a repeating slide. And then we are divided the result into five aspects of the autopoiesis. The first is maintaining system existence, and the second is adapting to environmental change, and the third is developing an effective internal communication system. The fourth is preventing system disintegration, and the last is enhancing interoperability between systems. So up until today, we are known that at the level of government, we have 27,000 application that is not really function well. So that's why this research is matter to against the doubling or the coupling system of the database. Yeah, so the conclusion for this research demonstrate the value of scientometric approach in uncovering the structural and thematic dynamic of research in the field of digital government, particularly concerning on silo fragmentation and interoperability. So since 2013 until 2023, there is a lot of the articles that already published in the reputable journal or reputable proceeding that only focusing about how the technology can be adopted well in the government, but they are still lacking on how we can produce and how we can maximizing the data that we have. So the key themes such as digital transformation, artificial intelligence, blockchains, data governance, and interoperability have emerged as dominant topic reflecting a global scholarly response to the complex challenge on fragmented topic system. So that is all from me, and you guys welcome to have give any suggestions or questions, and I will return it back to Mr. Fitra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia. Is there any question regarding the paper? Anyone want to ask about the paper? No one? Okay, I will give one question for Miss Aulia. So your paper said that the shifting of the concern of the policy, from the technical part to the ethical part, and how you see it in the reality? Is it the same, or we still need more in what aspect that we can make this digital or this technology better off in the future?
Okay.
But
Okay. Maybe you can continue, Mr. Fitra, if you don't still have.
no.
Yeah, okay. So the question is really interesting, Mr. Fitra, because this is also our big concern on how in the practically and the empirically this technology and digital transformation can really adapt. We are known in Indonesia a lot of the regulation that already released, right? But there is still lacking on the human resource that we have. Okay, in 2022, because this is my umbrella research and continually research in 2022, when I doing this research, and a lot of the office in the government just they are not really welcome to adopt the technology because they think the human resource can be changed to the technology. But in the reality, it's nothing will happen like that because our brain, our capability as a human is more than beyond than the technology itself, right? But the people are really disagree with that concept. But for today, 2 years later, in this year especially, people in the government already changed their mind. They are welcoming to adopt the technology, but they still closing. Means that okay, they adopting the technology, but they don't really understand how the technology can really beneficial for them. They only know how to use it, and then okay, the technology as the tools, but the principle of digital transformation wants that the people can really have beneficially from the technology itself. For example, for the data. But up until today, like the Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, they're still struggling on how controlling the data and make the data same, right? For example, for the poverty, they have a lot of the people, they have to receive the ads, the funds, but maybe in the government or also the statistical agency, they have different number of people they can receive the fund. So that is also the challenge for us, how we are, so that's why this research talk about autopoietic means that we are in the one system, but we have to agree that we can releasing a lot of the system, but in the government they still struggling. But we cannot really against, or we cannot really relying on that cases, because the government itself, the regulation still what I call it, still stipulated, and also still have the power of the political powers. So this is the difficulty for us. How the politicals influence the regulation is really matters. So that's why maybe a lot of the society that don't really understand how the government work still difficult to understand pemerintah maunya apa and everything. But we are going to more beyond, yeah, more developed, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia. Then if there are no questions, so let's go to the next presenter. That is Miss Ani Puspandia. Please. I welcome you, and the time is yours, Miss Ani. You can unmute first, please. Still, okay. Please.
Di-mute itu, di-mute.
Your voice.
Sudah Ibu, sudah saya buka.
Udah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening. Thank you very much for opportunity to speak today. My name is Ani Kuspendia. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. I'm here to present my research on Cortex administration system and transformation of fiscal governance, accounting, and legal insight from local tax office. Introduction. Modernization of global tax system has stopped into the digital age and must encompass information technology, fiscal integrity, and adaptive legal regime. Digitalizing tax administration by employing technology solutions across all the countries, including emerging economies, has been proven to be effective by countries such as Singapore, Estonia, and the United Kingdom. Thus, Indonesia should also meet the growing expectation for greater efficiency, transparency, and fiscal responsibility in public sector management by digitalizing tax administration. Research gap. So far, research explaining CTAS, Cortex administration system in Indonesia, tends to focus on aspect of administrative efficiency or increasing tax compliance in general. Data 2025, Arinity 2024. There are not many studies that explicitly examine how tax digitalization through CTAS affect the accounting reporting system and legal certainty in the content on direct application in the file. In fact, system change trigger significant transformation in reporting standard, digital audit, and the legality of the objective process and fiscal law enforcement. Research objective focus on applicative Cortex administration system at Purwokerto Small Taxpayer Office with discussion on the influence of CTAS on accounting process and legal aspect, and then the digital tax governance. Methodology, quality descriptive analysis approach is used to investigate the implementation of the CTAS and its effect on accounting and legal aspect at the Purwokerto Small Taxpayer Office, operational sites in Purwokerto. Thematic analysis was used by the researchers to discover, categorize, and interpret essential themes that emerged from the data. To maximize the validity of result, the study used methodological and data source triangulation. Data from disparate sources, including regulatory filing, peer-reviewed academic paper, and public policy database were rigorously cross-checked to achieve consistency and accuracy. Sampling technique, we adapted the purposive sampling technique to select the informant for this study based on certain criteria to obtain useful information. The informant were selected with the following criteria: one, active in the tax administration before and after the implementation of CTAS. Two, was still in service in the institution that interact directly with CTAS. And three, work more than 3 at the Purwokerto Small Taxpayer Office as minimum criteria to assume the 3 are some institutional knowledge, and so it can be representative with the change of administrative system in every change response. This is research informant. There are 6 informant. Research, the application of the Cortex administration system at the Purwokerto Small Taxpayer Office has had a significant impact toward the modernization of tax administration. The digitalization and data integration within the system make once manual and fragmented administrative methods extremely efficient. From an accounting perspective, CTAS increased accuracy in tax reporting and simplifies and expedite data entry. From the legal point of view, the model promotes the fiscalized taxpayer growth and the opens of procedure, but continuing issues such as the quality of the publication of new norms in the JZ and of human resources in relation to prepare to the new normative situation. Conclusion, theoretically, this study is significant in the studies of accounting information system and tax administrative law exciting within the digital public sector reform. Practically, the study highlight the needs to establish digital fiscal policies that are not only technically effective, but that also afford all parties and level of accountability and legal certainty. Suggestion, the study did needs to be expanded further by future researches, among other that officer and region due to limited sample of CTAS implementation. Other future researches might also measure taxpayer attitude of the system, and other future research might also use quantitative method to assess the effectiveness and efficiency of the system in quantitative term. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Demikian saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Political and economic
Officer of a tax office or the staff of tax office, which is they were like the civil staff. So of course they need to like promote the policy of the government. So maybe we can try to find another perspective from the private sector. I mean, like from the tax office. I forgot the name, but like yeah, tax advisor maybe. The tax advisor. There are several tax advisor that we can take some information from them about this core tax issue, or maybe from the customer or from the society, how they see this core tax system. Is it difficult for them or something, and so on. So we can get more, we can get a deeper understanding about how people see core tax. Because if we see it from the office tax, mostly I can say it's like a bias because they were at the government staff. So the answer will lead to okay, they will like support the agenda of the government. Okay, I will say it is good, and this is will lead to an efficient or something, but we need to take note that okay, we will see from another perspective. But it is good. It gets a good conclusion. Thank you, Miss Ani. Okay, and then for the next presenter, we will have Miss Arin Pranesti. Okay, and time is yours, Miss Arin.
Foreign exchange reserve, interest rate, foreign investment, and inflation didn't significantly affect the exchange rate. Empirical findings by applying the fixed effect model could not explain the phenomenon of currency exchange rate fluctuation in ASEAN countries, which have evolved. That in fact, fluctuation in the currency exchange rates of ASEAN countries are very sensitive to change in internal and external factors, such as change in government policies in the fields of investment and trade and taxations and employment, which affect the domestic investment climate. The political situations and security stability of the countries in the Southeast Asia regions also influence fluctuations in currency exchange rates of ASEAN countries. It was necessary to modify the research model to obtain factual and realistic information regarding the analysis of the factors influencing fluctuations in currency exchange rates of ASEAN countries. And from the panel data regression analysis model with fixed effect model demonstrated that all independent variables in the model had no effect on change in the value of dependent variable, except foreign debt, which had a significant effect on exchange rate. The research model was modified by applying the random effect model analysis with a correction to the standard error value to overcome this problem. The estimation results of the data model analysis with corrections in the standard error values above unveils that all independent variables, including foreign direct investment, gross national product, foreign debt, foreign exchange reserve, interest rate, and inflation, showed significant results that indicating that they affect change in currency exchange rates of ASEAN countries. The variable foreign direct investment had a regression coefficient value minus 0.491 with a probability values of 0.042. An increase in the amount of foreign direct investment by 1 million of United States will increase the exchange rates by 0.491 point. Hence, the inflow of foreign investment into ASEAN countries will increase ASEAN countries' currency exchange rates or appreciation. These empirical findings are consistent with the results of previous research and theoretical studies of monetary economics that the inflow of foreign direct investment will increase the number of capital inflows in the capital account record so that it will strengthen the value of the domestic currencies compared by the foreign currencies. In this case, ASEAN countries are in great demand from foreign investors because of the potential wealth of natural resources and an abundant populations to support a skilled workforce and market potential for industrial products. The influence of foreign direct investment has also boosted imports of raw materials and capital goods to support foreign industry in ASEAN countries. With a large populations, ASEAN countries offer relatively cheaper labor wage compared to other countries. The policy of ASEAN governments to invite foreign investors by providing infrastructure facilities and various conveniences and relief in the fields of licensing, land rent, taxations, and employment encourage the entry of foreign direct investment in ASEAN countries. Economic facilities are also built to encourage the entry of foreign investment into ASEAN countries, such as
presenting positive information while hiding negatives, and plague is deception, fraud, and misleading reporting. With plague is the most serious severity of greenwashing types. Next. So, from our perspective, to clarify the concept of greenwashing addressed in this paper, we focus only in white and gray greenwashing, which highlights the paradox of flexibility in current sustainability reporting standard. Therefore, greenwashing in sustainability reporting is defined as companies making misleading or unsubstantiated claims about ESG benefits of their products, services, or practices to appear more environmentally and socially friendly than they truly are. So, we would like to move into a discussion. So, Does greenwashing constitute fraud? From the literature, we can say that greenwashing happens when rules are not strict. Most researchers emphasize that greenwashing does not align with ethical values in the capital market because it deceives stakeholders by pretending to be ethical. So, is it fraud or only a form of public deception? We view it as a info deception, but the tactics used are different. Greenwashing possibly a subset of fraud, but involve misleading statement, but differ in another condition. Next. Next, please. Before this slide, maybe 2 or 3 slides before you move further. Before that, and next, after this slide. Okay. So how we can, as I mentioned in title, so what can be needed? Institutional transformation and collaboration, right? So in this slide, we can see that given the ethical and regulatory caps we've discussed before, the path forward must involve institutional transformation and collaboration. The first from standard setter, second sustainability reporting preparer, third external assurance, and other stakeholder. That we need a very foster collaboration between standard setter or all of these parties. We know that addressing greenwashing is not a task for one party only, but all of these parties. Next. So to conclude this presentation, sustainable reporting serves as a strategic medium through which companies convey transparency regarding their sustainability efforts. So nevertheless, the inherent flexibility within reporting standard may inadvertently foster opportunistic behavior like earnings management in financial reporting standard, and this and ESG reporting we call as greenwashing. So we highlight this emergence of this paradox. We categorize greenwashing into 3 distinct typologies: white, gray, and black, and with we highlight with from white and gray based on underlying intent and potential impact. Gray and black categories are more strongly associated with deliberate greenwashing behavior, and this study underscored the urgent need for stronger regulatory mechanism and independent verification processes. That concludes my presentation. I now welcome any question, feedback, or reflection you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any question regarding the paper? Anyone want to ask? No? No? I have one question for Ms. Arin. So you said that we need to have a better governance about, so we can like maybe reduce the problem of greenwashing. I mean, if we want to erase completely, it will be impossible, right? But at least it can reduce the number of companies that doing this kind of action. So can you explicitly say which industries that needs more concern about this kind of acts?
Okay, thank you for your question. We know that several industry has a high intensity ESG focus, like oil and gas or mining, right? So I think this industry needs urgently needed to force or a regulatory framework to reduce the greenwashing. In this paper, we recommend clarifying ESG disclosure standards, focusing on materiality and requiring independent assurance. Regulatory use should also implement penalties for misleading sustainability claims, because so far there is no regulation or rules, especially maybe in Indonesia, that technically complain. This approach allow model like the Europeans corporate sustainability reporting directives or CSRD, and I hope that maybe in Indonesia can develop the standards, so the regulation in Indonesia can reduce the greenwashing practices. Thank you.
It will lead to the action of maybe some of you know about Greenpeace organization, the NGOs, Greenpeace.
Greenpeace.
Maybe if you want to search about this organization, so this NGO,
I see.
they act about toward the environmental things. So maybe it is one of how they want to reduce the problem of greenwashing too. But I think the policy needs to be reformed.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Fitras, for your recommendation.
And then next one we have Miss Ratno. Please, Miss Ratno.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitra. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, conference participant whom I respect. I am Ratonisi, and today I will present research entitled How do political dynamic in natural resource management impact the environment, with a case study of the coal mining conflict is Kalimantan. This research stems from my concern about the rampant exploitation of natural resources, which is often not accompanied by equitable and sustainable governance, especially in resource rights areas such as Kalimantan. Thus, the consequence of extensive exploitation in the region have caused decline in welfare for life as Kalimantan. As Kalimantan is known as one of the regions with the large coal reserves in Indonesia, accounting for more than 30% of national coal production. However, coal mining there has not only broad economic impact, but also serious conflict and environmental damage. The politics of natural resource management are decisions would get the lessons, who is sacrificed and how the environment is managed. Thousands of mining business licenses are carried out illegally due to low supervision by the government and unclear regulation of mining practice. In the context, I see the importance of examining the political dynamic behind mining conflicts. Based on this background, this research seeks to answer the main question: how do political dynamic in natural resource management affect the environment? The objective of this study are to describe the dynamic of actor and interest in mining conflict, explain how this conflict affect the environment, provide reflection on the direction of future natural resource management policy. The results show that mining conflict is Kalimantan are not a matter of economic or permit legality, but deeper than that are the result of the interest between local government who want to increase locally generate revenue, meaning company that pursue profit, local communities who lose their land and access to life.
And established companies can learn from each other in that sense,
Yeah,
Okay, sure. Thank you, Bali Chandra. Okay, okay. Thank you for your presentations. Okay, we will move to another presenter. Are you here, brother? Okay, sorry. This is the sister of brother Ananda. Are you here, bro? Ananda or Dr. Aib Patrahman? Are you here, Mister? And brother Ananda or sister Ananda Fauzia? Okay, we'll move to another presenter. Asim Muhammad Ramdhani, are you here?
Significant result on employment. The development of tourists attract tourists to explore local culinary in Indonesia, which is rich in variety of regional foods. The culinary industry is important in the development of tourism and shown by the increase in visit to restaurants. Food need the increase along with the number of tourists will encourage restaurant growth and employment. The last is conclusion. The number of tourist visitors a positive and significant effect on employment in tourism sector. The number of tourist attraction also has a positive and significant effect on employment absorption. The number of hotel has a positive but not significant effect on employment absorption. The number of restaurant has a positive and significant effect on employment absorption tourism sector. This finding provide important insight into the factor influencing employment absorption in the tourism sector in West Java province and the policy implication that can be drawn to support the broader development on the tourism sector. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Azam. Okay, is there any question from the participant? Because this is also my paper with Mr. Azam. Any suggestions or comment? Or is there any other presenter that haven't present for this sessions? If not, maybe we can finish these sessions, this parallel session B, because all of the presenter had been present their paper. So thank you very much for your presentations. I hope your paper can be published in our Scopus proceeding soon. And you can come back after break of Asar. We will start another parallel session C on 15:30 in this afternoon. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Economics and Sustainability, for giving me an opportunity for presenting this research paper in this international conference. And also thanks to the moderator, Mr. Pitra Purna, for giving an opportunity to present this paper in this session. So due to some technical issues, I missed the previous session. Okay, so thanks for that. Coming to my research paper, embedding green skills in Oman's business education, opportunities, challenges, and the path forward. So this paper is authored by me, Dr. T.V. Fanikumar, along with my colleague, Dr. Zamzam. We are from University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. So this paper actually is our initial work on our project, which is financed by the university. The project title is Empowering Future Business Leaders to Green Skills. So this project is actually based on analyzing the perspective of the students, the teachers, and also industry on the need for embedding green skills in business education. So this paper actually is more conceptual paper, because still we are in the process of collecting the data. Maybe in the next conferences, I can present the paper with the empirical data. So I'm going to focus on basically the introduction about the topic, the objectives of the study, review of literature. Maybe I request the participants to go through the paper, the core green skills that need to be incorporated or integrated into the business education. What are the best practices being followed by the international business schools? What are the opportunities and challenges for the business schools in Oman to integrate the green skills into the education? And then the path forward for the Omani business schools, how they can proceed further in integrating these green skills. Okay, so now if you observe, the focus of all the countries is shifted towards the sustainability. Even we also had a presentation in this session on greenwashing, which is talking about reporting the sustainability practices that are being adopted by the companies. So now with this shift of the countries towards sustainability, the business schools across the globe need to provide the required skills to the future leaders. So keeping this concept in mind, we have focused on understanding the need for empowering the students with the skills, knowledge, and awareness required to move to environmentally and socially inclusive models for business value creation. So the paper mainly focuses on the opportunities and challenges faced by the business schools for integrating the green skills into business education. Also highlights the global best practices, and finally giving a roadmap for the HEIs in Oman to transform towards greening the business education ecosystem. So specifically, the objectives are: the first objective, to examine the different green skills that need to be incorporated into the business education. The second objective is to explore the global best practices of the business schools. The third objective is to identify the main opportunities for the business schools in Oman to change the orientation towards sustainability. The next objective is to identify the challenges faced by the business schools in Oman. And finally, providing a comprehensive framework for restructuring the business education in Oman with reference to the Green Skills agenda. Now let's focus on the different green skills that need to be incorporated into the business education. So in our research paper, we have identified 8 different green skills that need to be integrated into the business education. So starting with the systems thinking. So this skill is about how a person can evaluate the different situations in the business from different shareholders' perspective. The second skill is life cycle assessment. So here the skill required is to understand the different stages of the product life cycle and what is the impact on environment in each product life stage. The third one is the sustainable resource management. So here the person need to have a better understanding about the different practices related to waste management, energy efficiency, then using of renewable resources, etc. Next, the next part is, or the next skill is stakeholder engagement. This is about how the person can communicate and collaborate with different stakeholders. Then change management, how the person can help the organizations in transforming towards sustainability. The next skill is on sustainability reporting and analytics. So here the skills that are required are understanding about the global reporting initiatives, GRIs, then sustainability accounting, standard boards, and then UN SDGs. So all these things need to be incorporated. The next, sustainable innovation. It is about applying the emerging green technologies. And finally, the sustainable entrepreneurship. This is about analyzing the new green business ideas, identifying the financial viability of those ideas, and then implementation of those ideas. So these are the 8 core green skills that need to be incorporated into the business education. Then what are the different practices that are being followed by the best business schools across the globe towards incorporating sustainability in business education? So the first one is on curriculum transformation at ESCP Business School at Europe. So this business school actually has incorporated sustainability as a part of their curriculum. So sustainability is included in each and every paper in their curriculum. Next is about NTU Singapore. So here the initiative that is taken by this university is they have integrated the different departments. It's not just only the business department. So they collaborated with the Department of Engineering, Department of Designing. So they all are brought together to offer interdisciplinary courses to understand the comprehensive picture of sustainability. Then coming to University of Cambridge, so industry engagement. So the initiative that is taken by the University of Cambridge is they have started a group called as Corporate Leader Group. So all the seniors leaders in the country are part of this group. So this provides an opportunity for the academicians to understand or to have a better view of the demand or the needs of the industry. So this actually improves the academy and industry interaction. Then University of Gothenburg at Sweden. So they focused on training the faculty members on sustainability oriented pedagogy. Then IESC Business School, they focused on measuring the impact of sustainability practices. So they actually started an institute called as Institute for Sustainable Leadership. So the focus of those institutions is to identify the different measures on how they can understand or measure the impact of these sustainable practices. Then experiential learning practice at Arizona State University. So they actually engage the students in sustainability consulting projects. So to give the practical view of these sustainability, so they include the students into these consultants projects. Okay, then sustainability focus at University of Cambridge, UK. Again, the focus is on sustainable innovation, then sustainable finance, ESG. So all these are included in the curriculum of business education. Then circular economy focus at Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. So in the curriculum of business education, they also included the circular economy concept. And finally, coming to the University of Wollongong at Australia, so they actually integrated the 17 sustainable development goals provided by United Nations into their curriculum. So these are the few practices followed by the business schools on integrating the green skills into the business education. Okay, let's move to the next one. What are the opportunities that are available for the higher education institutions in Oman? So the first opportunity is, so it helps the business schools to reform their curriculum. So now they can integrate the sustainability into their curriculum. So they can reform the existing practices by incorporating sustainability related modules, case studies into their business courses. So next one is interdisciplinary collaboration. It provides an opportunity for the business schools in Oman to collaborate with the other departments to develop interdisciplinary courses to give a comprehensive view of the impact of sustainability on industry. Then it also provides an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the academia and industry to understand the need for incorporating the green skills into the business education according to the changing needs of the industry. And finally, it also provides an opportunity for the business schools to provide better training and capacity building of the faculty in sustainability and new pedagogies. Then coming to what challenges that are faced by the HEIs, the major challenge is the resistance. So from so many years, they are following the traditional pedagogy, the educational model, and now it is a time for all the business schools to change their mindset and start incorporating sustainability into their business courses. Then resource constraint, obviously, not only in Oman, across the globe, the business schools face resource constraints related to incorporating the sustainability focused pedagogical resources. Then disciplinary silos. Still, if you look into the traditional educational model, so every department has their own programs. Now, actually, the need for offering interdisciplinary courses comes into picture when we talk about incorporating sustainability. So here the challenge is how the universities can bring the different departments together in offering the courses related to sustainability. And finally, the major challenge is how they can measure the impact of the successful integration of green skills. Are the universities or the education institutions successful in embedding the green skills required for the future leaders? So measuring the impact is again a very important, crucial challenge faced by the higher education institutions. Then coming to the path forward, what is the roadmap we can provide for the education institutions in Oman? This is just a summarizing of the points what we have discussed till now. So the first thing is they need to have a curriculum integration. Sustainability should be part of the different courses that are being offered in the business program. So like, for example, finance. So sustainable finance, risk management, all need to be part of the finance function. And then when we talk about marketing, so green marketing, developing environmental friendly products. All these should be part of the marketing function. So this sustainability should be integrated into the curriculum of business education. Then interdisciplinary collaboration. So they should bring the different departments in the university together for offering this course. Faculty development, empower the faculty on sustainability practices and pedagogies they can follow for better putting the green skills into the business education. Industry engagement, bringing the industry towards offering the business programs, knowing what the industry needs from the business students, and accordingly design the curriculum so that the demands of the industries are met. And finally, they should have a proper system for measuring the impact or the measuring the impact that is created by these particular programs. How effective are these in how effective are these programs in embedding the green skills for the future business leaders? And finally, to conclude, uh, the embedding of green skills in business education actually helps in development of new generation of responsible and sustainable business leaders. So thank you all for your attention. Uh, maybe I request Mr. Fitra Purna to uh, to to ask me any questions or any suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all.
Ropan. Okay, anyone want to ask question about this paper, about the embedded green skills that get up some consideration to the best practice that happen in several universities? Anyone want to ask about it? No? So I will, yeah, add a little bit. Maybe the things that you take from those uh, skills are the thing that has been done for several universities. So maybe you can add more interviewing the students. I mean, like, we want to know how the perspective of those who will get the skills. What kind of skills that they like to get in the term of, okay, we have, or we can say like, we get a list of skills that related to the green or the sustainable things, and which skills that they need. Because sometimes in the perspective of teacher, we like to give, oh, this is the best thing for my students, but we don't know that, oh, okay, the student has their own perspective that, oh, this skill is good for me. So maybe it will be a better or a comprehensive part that we can help each other, or we can shape the skills together between students and teacher. So it will lead to a better, because you said that they were the future generation. So we can say that sometimes they knew better about their things. Sometimes, because sometimes our idea, like the old generation, or yeah, the current generation, for uh yeah, those who are 30s and over, sometimes we have different tasks with those who are young sometimes. So we need to get some insight from them so we can develop a better, yeah, idea. We can develop a better idea, so it will be a win-win solution, not just for us that will get, yeah, the benefit from it, and of course for them as well. Maybe that is for me. Okay, so those are, oh, your voice, Mr. Panikumar, I can hear you. it's too small, your voice. Maybe you can make it that. Yeah, I think.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. No, just to add a point after what we have discussed. See, as I've told you, this is just the first step in our research project. So we are actually working on getting the perspective of students, getting the perspectives of the faculty members, and also the perspective of industry. So we would like to know the perspective of these three stakeholders, and then finally coming into our conclusion, like how better we can integrate the green skills into the business education. Yeah, so we are working on from these three stakeholders point of view. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Panikumar. And that's all the presenters for today. And before we close our session, let's take documentation for our session, for our group. Maybe the operator will take the documentation first. So please open your camera and please, yeah, be present. So,
Okay. One, two, three. Okay.
okay, once more.
Okay. Okay. One, two, three. Okay. Thank you.
Little bit rest for those who will present after this session, and the next session will begin at 3:30 p.m. Okay, maybe you will have pray asar for those who has come, and don't forget to please to put the attendance. Yeah, don't forget to put the attendance. So your present will be counted later on. Okay, thank you for your time. You can get back to the main room.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to main rooms. Thank you very much for your presentation at parallel session 2. Now we will take a short break for your pre-answer and take a small rest. And please stand by, we will begin at 3:30. Thank you.
UMM aspires to achieve international recognition by accrediting its programs by 2022 to 2030, enhancing global competitiveness. The Strategic Internationalization Plan prioritizes AACSB accreditation, promoting innovation in curriculum development, ensuring relevance to global trends. In alignment with the objectives of developmental spirit of UMM, the Department of Development Economics strategically envisions its milestones. Commencing from 2010 to 2014, the program focused on strengthening the vision, mission, targets, and strategies, committing to emerge as a preeminent department in producing competitive economic scholars within ASEAN. As a manifestation of internationalization, the Department of Development Economics is rooted in an entrepreneurial spirit, Islamic values, and contributes to sustainable development goals. To fortify its international presence, the Department of Development Economics engaged in benchmarking and collaborations with several ASEAN countries, including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Malaysia, as a tangible commitment to internationalization. These endeavors, embedded in the values of the entire academic community, involve stakeholders in the Department of Development Economics. The reinforcement of collaboration in the Department of Development Economics is marked by academic and non-academic activities, prioritizing the alignment with the three dharma of higher education alongside key partners known as 2D, business and industrial world, at the local, national, and international levels. Beyond this, ardently supports the three dharma, particularly in research and community service, by engaging with various stakeholders. These collaborations significantly benefit the development of teaching and learning activities, as well as the enhancement of the Department of Development Economics curriculum. The collaborative efforts take shape through activities such as seminars, workshops, guest lectures, and student exchanges. All the positive activities within the Department of the Development Economics resonate with various stakeholders, notably inclusive of students scattered across different countries, a tangible manifestation of internationalization. Further enhancing the soft and hard skills of the Department of Development Economics students, the program collaborates with stakeholders to fortify the MBKM program. To develop practical skills, students are empowered through internships in the professional field. Collaborative activities are meticulously planned to support the academic and non-academic achievements of the Department of Development Economics students. The pivotal role played by human resources is evident in the zealous pursuit of the vision, mission, targets, and strategies to attain excellence in the field of development economics, fostering competitiveness with ASEAN. The efficiency of the faculty's profile and the availability of educational staff contribute significantly to national educational quality improvement, the advancement of knowledge, technology, arts, and community service. Adequate facilities such as classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and instructional technology are essential components in supporting academic activities and curriculum development. Strengthening integrated facilities and infrastructure allows the university to create an environment conducive to implementing the three dharma of higher education. This, in turn, facilitates the production of high-quality graduates, contributes to impactful research, and provides beneficial services to the community. Support curriculum activities reflected through graduate learning outcomes and graduate profiles, both pivotal designing and evaluating the program at the Department of Development Economics. The implementation of research and community service, particularly focusing on sustainable development goals, demands meticulous planning and adherence to research guidelines based on a baseline. This involves identifying key issues relevant to SDGs. In the Department of Development Economics activities, there is a concerted effort to encourage faculty members to engage in scholarly publication in well-indexed journals, contributing to the enhancement of the university's image and reputation in alignment with the VMTS of the Department of Development Economics.
Ekonomi pembangunan, local wisdom in global thinking.
Local wisdom in global thinking.
Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to third parallelization on today. Please once again check your side breakout room in the program books and enter correct rooms to begin your sessions. We wish all presentations good luck for your presentation. And if you have trouble about your connection, about your enter your breakout room, please direct to ask our operator, moderator, and can check box. Thank you.
Tadi saya sudah coba buka itu, kok nggak sampai ke situ ya?
Bapak, room berapa, Pak?
3C.
Operator, mohon bantuannya ya.
Bu Titi, saya juga belum dibuka.
Ya,
3C, tolong.
berapa Pak tadi, Pak?
3, room 3C.
Saya nggak pegang itunya, Pak. Saya sampaikan ke operatornya. 3C.
Ya.
Udah dari belum?
Saya di room 1, Bu.
Ibu breakout room, terus klik room 1, join nggak bisa, Bu?
Nggak bisa. Belum
Oh iya,
digabungkan.
belum dianu ya, belum.
Yes. Okay, well, great. So please unmute yourself, Ibu Anastasia.
Hello.
Yes. Would you like us to open up your slides for your presentation, or would you like to do it by yourself?
Do it by yourself.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, so let's start. Thank you.
Can you guys see my share screen?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so hello everyone. Thank you for the time and the opportunity for us. And before we start the presentation, let me introduce you to my member or my friend. My name is Irene, and there is Tasya and Surya.
The first slide. Next. The first slide is motor vehicle contribute more to global air pollution than other human activities, and exhaust emission from motor vehicle caused around 385,000 premature death globally in 2015. In Indonesia, motorized vehicles are the largest contributor to pollution. Given within the last 10 years, there has been a very rapid increase in the number of motorized. To reach 30%, 70% of which are distributed in urban areas. According to Bloomberg.com, which publishes the result of research on air pollution. Air pollution in Indonesia once ranked 8th most deadly the world with an average death rate of 50,000 people per year. Indonesia, along with China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria, account for 75% of the total global air pollution burden due to its high air pollution levels and large population. Next slide. Electric motorcycle sales have not been able to compete with conventional motorcycle sales. Based on the latest data from the Indonesia Electric Motorcycle Industry Association, the number of electric motorcycles sold in 2023 only reached 41,773 units. Sales of electric motorcycle in Indonesia have grown rapidly in the last 3 years, increasing almost 40-fold from 1,947 units in 2020 to more than 41,000 units. However, this data is still far from the sales of fuel oil motorcycle. To encourage the transition, the government is targeting the conversion of 13 million fuel power motorcycle to electric motorcycle by 2030. Next slide. Primarily emphasize the influence environmental factors such as product design, price, speed performance, battery life, technology perception, and infrastructure availability has been less thoroughly explored, especially in the context of developing market like in Indonesia. In fact, this practical factor may play a larger or even more dominant role in influencing consumer purchase intention than environmental motivation themselves. Based on this background, this study aimed to measure the level of purchasing intent of electric motorcycle in response to the impact of air pollution from two-wheel vehicle, while also identifying other factors influencing purchasing decision. Using a sentiment analysis approach on public comment on social media, this study will comprehensively explore whether consumer reason for choosing electric motorcycle are more driven by environmental concern, by other considerations such as trends, design, price, technology, or supporting infrastructure. Next slide.
Sentiment analysis is a calculation process that analyzes digital text to determine whether words or sentence convey meaningful or emotional message. Sentiment analysis will understand and categorize emotion into positive, negative, and neutral categories. Sentiment analysis can be used for social media monitoring, brand monitoring, customer feedback, customer service, and market research. Nowadays, everyone can freely express their opinion on social media. It becomes a repository of opinion data that can be utilized by various parties. Sentiment analysis helps in identifying aspects that affect customer satisfaction and purchase intention, such as taste, quality, and service. One important application of sentiment analysis is in understanding customer purchase intention. By analyzing the sentiment towards a product, companies can predict how likely someone will make a purchase. Consistently, positive sentiment towards a product, service, or marketing campaign often correlates with increased consumer purchase intent. Conversely, negative sentiment can be an indicator of the risk of declining sales. Therefore, sentiment analysis has become an important tool in developing marketing strategies, making business decisions, and increasing customer loyalty and trust, which ultimately drives purchase intention. Analysis sentiment on Twitter regarding social commerce platforms such as TikTok Shop, Facebook Marketplace, and Instagram Shop. The results shows that platforms with higher positive sentiments have greater purchase intent among users. One important application of sentiment analysis is in understanding customer purchase intention. By analyzing the sentiment towards a product, companies can predict how likely someone will make a purchase. Consistently, positive sentiment towards a product, service, or marketing campaign often correlates with increased consumer purchase intent. Conversely, negative sentiment can be an indicator of the risk of declining sales. Therefore, sentiment analysis has become an important tool in developing marketing strategies, making business decisions, and increasing customer loyalty and trust, which ultimately drives purchase intention. Therefore, various studies have attempted to incorporate attention mechanisms to improve the model focus on the topics most relevant to emotion classification. Research in the table show that sentiment analysis can improve the accuracy of emotion classification by highlighting the most influential part of the text for sentiment analysis. Previous studies have shown that sentiment analysis helps to understand market trends, analyze customer satisfaction, assess public opinion, and help make better decisions and improve accuracy in analysis. The sentiment data to be processed is obtained through comments from YouTube. First, the data is collected and pre-posed by removing irrelevant elements such as URL, emoji, conjunction, and non-alphabetic. This is followed by dividing the text into individual words, reducing words to their root form, and removing irrelevant words to ensure the remaining content is relevant to core analysis. Sentiment analysis is then performed manually to classify the text into positive, neutral, or negative. LDA was used to categorize the text into 5 main topics based on knowledge in particular field. Afterwards, each text was analyzed to determine its main topic. This categorizing is included by them. To assess the quality and clarity of the resulting topics, a coherence score was used on evaluation metrics.
Previous research has shown that sentiment analysis can improve classification accuracy by highlighting the most influential parts of the text. In this study, analysis was conducted on 1,006 YouTube comments related to the electric motorcycle, which had undergone data cleaning and were then analyzed using the LDA algorithm to identify dominant topics. LDA was chosen for its ability to summarize and group large-scale data by generating a weighted list of topics for each document. To strengthen the interpretation of LDA results, the study combined the theory of planned behavior approach from Icdes from 1991, which is often used to explain behavioral intentions, particularly in the context of adopting environmentally friendly vehicles. Common categories include topics such as air pollution, batteries, design, price, infrastructure, speed, stamina, and trends, each of which will be classified into positive, negative, and neutral sentiments to uncover the factors that drive or hinder the public intention to switch from fossil fuel-powered motorcycle to electric motorcycle. Next. The analysis shows that design is the most influential factor in the intention to purchase electric motorcycle, with 54% of positive comments, 22% of neutral comments, and 31% of negative comments, supported by the highest entropy and exclusivity scores. Design not only fulfills functionality but also meets customers' emotional and social needs, thereby enhancing confidence in product use. Meanwhile, price emerges as the topic with the highest coherence, highlighting the importance of price considerations in purchasing decisions. These findings challenge the assumption that environmental concerns are the primary driver and suggest that sustainability campaigns need to be combined with lifestyle appeal to be more effective in markets like Indonesia. Next. So the conclusion is the study analyzed the intention to purchase electric motorcycles in Indonesia through a combination of sentiment analysis, topic modeling, and the theory of planned behavior. The results show that vehicle design is the most influential factor, surpassing environmental issues and price. Design not only reflects aesthetic but also lifestyle, identity, and quality perception, which shape positive attitudes and strengthen purchase intention. While environmental awareness is important, tangible product features have a greater impact on purchasing behavior. Therefore, electric vehicle promotions should combine sustainability message with design and branding strategies that align with consumers' lifestyle and aspirations. This study reinforced the understanding of integrating sentiment analysis and behavioral theory in researching sustainable consumer behavior and opens opportunity for further research on different user segments or communication strategies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there any comment or suggestion or question to Miss Anastasia, Irene, and Surya, and also Roshida? Any comment, feedback? So, okay, so you get the data for analysis from YouTube comments, right?
Right.
Is it only based on one video?
Especially the sustainability of SMEs. And then the second proposition will be women's human capital support Islamic innovation. As I explained before, that in Muslim majority context, human capital must reflect not just technical but also the spiritual value. Women are effective at embedding fairness, trust, and also community ethics into innovation. Therefore, their social roles make them credible as a diffuser of innovation. Yeah. And then the third proposition will be Islamic innovation support SME sustainability. So Innovation support the sustainability if it aligns with the cultural or religious value, and this is supported by the diffusion of innovation theory. Yeah, Islamic innovation ensures that innovation is respectfully meet the moral obligation, achieve social justice, and serve community well-being. And this activity will lead to ethical, inclusive, and also sustainable business model. And then the last proposition will be Islamic innovation mediates the relationship between women's human capital, women's human capital and sustainability. Yeah. So in the Muslim majority country, women's entrepreneurs often promote trust, responsibility, and also social practice. And they also will contribute to the ethical value, but the ethical value need a system, yeah. Therefore, there is Islamic innovation to create lasting business impact. So, but business model based on Makasih Syariah that promotes justice, welfare, and also sustainability. Women's skills and knowledge are important for creating innovation because women help spread new ideas faster, especially when they fit with the local value. Previous research by Daria et al. Also found that women make sure innovation are trusted and accepted in local communities. Therefore, it expected that Islamic innovation mediates the relationship between women's human capital and the sustainability of small medium enterprises. And this is the conceptual framework for the research. We integrate two major theories here. The first one is knowledge-based view, and the second one is the diffusion of innovation theory.
Miss Maulida, your time is up. Maybe I'll give you extra a half of minute to have a conclusion and recommendation.
Okay, thank you
It's
very much.
3:52, your limit. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so the study will contribute to the theory because this study showing that humans capital is not just supporting agent but also the core driver of sustainable innovation. And then the second one, the study highlighting the unique role of Islamic value in framing the ethical business practice. And then the last but not least, the study also combining the knowledge-based view and diffusion innovation theory to explain innovation in culturally specific context. And then based on this research, what should we do next? So what we can do is the first one, we can empower women's human capital to by providing training, access to finance, and the leadership opportunity, especially within the ethical and faith-based framework. The second one, we can promote Islamic innovation by encouraging the halal certification program, for example, Sharia compliant business and also eco-friendly innovation through grants, support system, and also incentive to the SME practitioners. And then the last but not least, we can integrate for the policymaker, yeah. They can integrate the policy agenda because they have to link the gender inclusion, innovation, and sustainability into development strategy. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Miss Maulida Nurul. We have 2 minutes, 1 minutes for maybe 1 minute, yeah, for Q&A session to Miss Maulida.
Okay.
Is there any question for the floor from the participants? No? If not, I have one question for you, Miss Maulida. So what actually the novelty of the research related to the SME, the women capital, human capital, yeah, in SME, the novelty or the contribution of the research, please.
So because this is actually the conceptual framework, yeah. This is the conceptual framework who try to make a new contribution in new concept, which we can call it as the Islamic innovation. We make new variable, which is Islamic innovation. We combine the theory of innovation and diffusion innovation theory and also Maqasid Syariah.
Thank you. Give applause to Ms. Maulida Nurul. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you
then
very
let's move,
much.
yeah, because Pak Imam just arrived, so we'll move to Bu Handari first, ya, Prof. Imam. Hopefully you never mind with my arrangement, ya. To Bu Handari Wahyuningsi, the time is yours. You have 10 minutes, Bu.
Oke, ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oke, thank you, chair session, Bu Titis ya. I will present our result of our research introduction. The title of our research is fostering organizational competitiveness through learning organizational culture, learning goal orientation, and knowledge sharing attitude. Okay. Introduction. Organizational competitiveness can be developed through various strategy, including strengthening organizational process and fostering positive individual attitude. The study focus on enhancing learning organizational culture and learning goal orientation as driver of member knowledge sharing intention as a strategy to foster organizational competitiveness. The study position knowledge sharing attitude as a mediating variable in the relationship between learning organizational culture, learning goal orientation, and knowledge sharing attitude. Learning organizational culture promote continuous learning and knowledge exchange through a shared vision, collaboration, and open communication. In the absence of effective knowledge sharing mechanism, knowledge often remain siloed within individual. Okay, despite a growing interest by research on relationship between learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing attitude has shared inconsistent finding. While Park and Chu and Meher found a positive association in non-profit and remote work context. Lee and Han reported no significant effect among manufacturing employers, suggesting that context one factor may moderate this relationship. Knowledge sharing hot particularly important in the education sector, where teachers serve a central agent of learning and knowledge dissemination. However, in Indonesia, effort to fostering knowledge sharing among educators hindered by limiting professional development opportunity and inadequate performance evaluation system, ultimately restricting innovation in teaching practice. According to the Indonesian Teacher Association, this challenge contribute to persistent low teacher equality. Literature review. In the literature review, we capture theory of learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing, theory of learning goal orientation and knowledge sharing intention, literature review about learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing attitude, learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing attitude and knowledge sharing intention. And then our hypothesis, we have 7 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, learning organizational culture has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing intention. Learning goal orientation has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing attitude. Learning organizational culture has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing attitude. Learning goal orientation has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing attitude. Knowledge sharing attitude has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing intention. Knowledge sharing attitude mediate a relationship between learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing intention. And the last hypothesis is knowledge sharing attitude mediate the relationship between learning goal orientation and knowledge sharing intention. In the set of paper, and it is a model, model research model. Okay, this study employ a quantitative approach. This research subject consists 217 age teacher from daerah istimewa Yogyakarta. Data were collected using questionnaire in both Google Form and hard copy. The study use learning organizational culture and learning goal orientation as exogen and knowledge sharing intention with knowledge sharing attitude as mediating. Data analysis was conducted using the PLS, structure and equation model, PLS, and validity reliability of instrument or tested convergent validity, discriminant validity, and composite reliability. The structure model was analyzed using R-square, F-square value to measure the influence of the independent variable to dependent variable. Okay, we can see demographic profile of my research, both gender, age, educational level, work experience. Majority of my respondent, our respondent is female, yeah, and age below of 27, yeah, and educational level, majority of bachelor degree, yeah, and then work experience majority in 1 until 5 year. Yeah, job gender sorry. Yes, 1 until 5 year. Okay. The study assess convergent validity to measure a correlation between indicator score and study construct. An indicator is considered valid excluding factor above 0 and 15. Yeah. And then those all variable learning organizational culture, learning goal orientation, knowledge sharing attitude, and knowledge sharing intention demonstrate strong composite reliability. Okay, and then the last of my research of hypothesis, the test hypothesis, we have 7 hypotheses and 1 hypothesis, yeah. Hypothesis 6, yeah. Hypothesis, yeah, 6. Learning organizational culture, knowledge sharing attitude, and knowledge sharing intention is not supported, was not supported. Okay, but another hypothesis are supported, and it's my model and left behind. Ini discussion. The result proves that learning organizational culture has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing intention. The study highlights that employees are more likely to share knowledge when they develop a positive attitude toward knowledge sharing in learning supportive structure. This finding aligned with the theory proposed by Lee and Han, which suggests that knowledge sharing naturally evolves in social supportive environment through spontaneous of informal interaction. Similarly, previous study by Chu and Chu, Park and Chu, and Yoon and Park confirm the direct influence of learning organizational culture on knowledge sharing intention. Also, learning goal orientation prove positive significant influence knowledge sharing intention. This suggests that individuals allocate time to effort toward knowledge sharing activity when driven by learning oriented mission. Goal orientation theory can also be applied in future research to examine perceived benefit or cost associated with knowledge sharing system, organizational reward, and support mechanism. The research are consistent with Yoon and Park, who found that learning goal orientation has stronger impact on knowledge sharing intention compared to other variables. Our study also confirmed that learning organizational culture has a significant positive effect on knowledge sharing attitude. This research consistent with finding Park and Chu, employees take environmental value with ultimately strength of positive attitude toward knowledge sharing. Similarly, learning goal orientation is found to have significant positive impact on knowledge sharing attitude. This research aligned with Park and Chu, Yoon and Han, Lee and Kim. Furthermore, the workplace condition, incentive, and interpersonal trust further strengthen in the relationship. Regarding mediation effect, the analysis revealed that knowledge sharing attitude doesn't mediate the relationship between learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing intention. This contradicts previous study by Park and Chu and Yoon and Park. The significant result may be attributed to factors such as insufficient incentive, low interpersonal trust, or structure barrier that prevent individual from translating positive attitude into actual knowledge sharing intention. However, knowledge sharing attitude does mediate the relationship between learning goal orientation and knowledge sharing intention. Overall, the finding provide valuable insight to mechanism underlying knowledge sharing behavior, emphasizing the role learning organizational culture, learning goal orientation, and knowledge sharing attitude in shaping knowledge sharing intention. The result highlight the importance of fostering collaborative and learning supportive work environment. Okay, the last slide is the study conclude that learning organizational culture and learning goal orientation significant influence knowledge sharing intention and knowledge sharing attitude. Additionally, knowledge sharing attitude positive effect knowledge sharing intention. However, knowledge sharing attitude doesn't mediate the relationship between learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing intention, where the immediate relationship between learning goal organization and knowledge sharing intention. Future research should explore additional factor beyond knowledge sharing attitude that may influence the relationship between learning organizational culture and knowledge sharing intention. Organizational culture, intervention, or alternative mediating variables should be considered. Moreover, future study could expand by incorporating additional variables such as job satisfaction and leadership to gain deeper insight into knowledge sharing behavior within educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Give applause to Bu Handari for the presentations. Very interesting, Bu. Please, we have one questions for Bu Handari. Maybe Pak Imam, Prof. Imam, or Bu Maulida, Bu Gina have question for Bu Handari. So your focus on organizational value ya Bu ya? Halo?
Organizational learning culture.
Okay, organizational learning culture. So for this presentation, do you have any question for Bu Handari? Prof. Imam, no? So is there any possibility, Bu, for us to have the similar research, yeah, in UMY? Is that your research is conduct in UMY or different areas, Bu Handari?
Maybe Bu Titis ya. Our research is model testing hypothesis, and then maybe if we can see that knowledge sharing attitude, learning goal orientation, fostering knowledge sharing attitude, learning goal organizational culture, learning goal orientation is very important for every organization. Like Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta as an institution of education.
Yeah, I think so, Bu. It's very beneficial and fruitful research for our university and other university in Yogyakarta and surrounding. Thank you very much, Bu Handari, for your presentation. Give applause to Bu Handari. Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Let's move to the next presenters.
Foster fair relationship and actively manage workplace stressor for effective retention. And limitation and for this research and also recommendation for future research. The limitation is first, reliance on self-reported questionnaires and limited sample representativeness due to high workload. Second, focus solely on job stress as moderator, excluding other factors like organizational support or leadership style. And the recommendation for future research is they should incorporate additional variables for a more comprehensive understanding of turnover dynamics. Conclusion, the study confirms that supervisory justice significantly reduced turnover intention with fair and respectful treatment from supervisors, making employees less likely to leave. However, job stress moderates this relationship, undermining the positive effect of justice perception when stress is high. Therefore, promoting fair supervisory practice must be coupled with effective stress management initiative. This dual approach is crucial for improving employee retention and fostering a supportive organizational climate. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hario Baskoro, for the insightful paper presentation. Is there any question for Mr. Baskoro presentation from other participants? Maybe from Ms. Tia or Ms. Gladys? If there are no question, maybe from me, I have it's just a little question about the practice of supervisory justice. As you said that the manager
Experiencing rapid growth, especially in the e-commerce, and Indonesia had Southeast Asia's largest internet economy value, reaching around 19 billion US dollar. And for the e-commerce sales projection, sales from retail e-commerce are projected to exceed 4 trillion US dollars.
managers can make the that kind of environment that make the employee less likely to leave the company.
First of all, thank you for your question, Mr. Imam. So, the most common practice is we need to reduce the favoritism in the organization because many response
developed by Balasa. And however, the standard RCA index have some statistical limitation. So for our econometric model, we use a refined version called the revealed systematic comparative advantage, RSCA index. And this index is systematically distributed around 0, which makes it more suitable for the kinds of time series analysis we are conducting. Second, and this is the course of our analytical approach, we developed the regressive distributed latch ARDL model. And for those unfamiliar with it, the ARDL model is a powerful tool that allows us to examine both the immediate short-run effects of shock as well as the stable long-run equilibrium relationship between variables. And our model analyzes quarterly data spanning 20 years from 2023 to 2023, sorry, 2003 and 2023. And we investigate how competitiveness. Our RSCA index is influenced by several key variables like GDP growth, seafood production volume, PRO, the PRO variable, which we expect to have the positive impact with the plus side. The real effective exchange rate and the inflation, we are expected to have a negative impacts. And finally, we also involved the trade openness and the number of free trade agreements that the country engaged in, which represent institutional reforms, and these variable expected effects are uncertain. Yeah, next slide, please. And about the results of the research and the result of the study, we find the tales of two forces. The most interesting part of our result is we revealed that our result. The research result revealed a fascinating paradox, as you can see. Let's look at the long-run estimate on the left panel of your screen.
As we hypothesized, a growth GDP and a higher seafood production capability both have a significant positive effect on Vietnam's export competitiveness. This make intuitive sense. A strong domestic economy and the ability to supply the market are fundamental driver of success. Also, as expected, the rising exchange rates and higher inflation have the strong negative effects as they increase the cost and erode the price advantage. But yeah, here's the central paradox of our study in the short run estimate on the right side of your screen. In the long run, the greater trade openness and more FTAs have found to have significant negative impacts of seafood sector competitiveness of Vietnam. And this directly challenges the conventional wisdom that trade liberalization is always right, is always good, or always have positive effects for the growth, right? It is a traditional common sense, right? But what's happening in the short run in our model shows that the very dynamic picture. The most important finding here is the speed of adjustment. The model indicates that about 34% of any deviation from long-term equilibrium is corrected within just 1 quarter. And this means the sector, right, the agriculture sector is highly responsive to shock and policy changes. And the short run dynamic for FTA shows a learning curve, while the initial impacts can be negative. We see potential positive effect in later quarters, and this suggests that firms struggle at first, but eventually adapt and learn to navigate the new trade landscape. Next slide, please.
Strong support networks are linked to lower procrastination rates as they foster self-regulation and persistence. So for the literature review, the first one, TikTok addiction and social support. TikTok addiction is a type of social media addiction marked by excessive compulsive use that disrupt daily life and causes harm. And social support involves the presence and quality of relationship that helps individuals manage stress and foster positive behavior. The second one, social support and academic procrastination. So academic procrastination is the intentional delay of necessary academic tasks, even when the negative outcomes are expected to outweigh any benefits. Social support from peers, family, and educators plays a key role in reducing that procrastination. And then the third one, TikTok addiction and academic procrastination, based on Manzur, found a positive link between TikTok scrolling activity and procrastination, while Fatoni highlighted how general social media addiction contributes to academic delays. And the fourth one, or the last one, role of social support as mediator. Study shows that strong social support can reduce academic procrastination by boosting motivation and self-belief. Social support may help counter the negative effect of TikTok addiction on academic performance. Liang, on her research, highlight its role in helping students stay focused despite distraction. Based on that literature review, so we make the research framework and also formulate the hypothesis. So the H1, the H2, and the H3, and also the H4, as you can see in the slides. So for the methodology or the methods of this research, participant is selecting using process sampling with some criteria. The data collection was carried out through an online survey administered via Google Form and shared through WhatsApp application. And then we collected 287 responses, which is met the required minimum sample threshold by here, which is 10 rules, 10 rules minimum sample threshold. And for the instrument, we use the Bergen social media addiction with some adjustment to the TikTok specifically for TikTok application. And then we assess the social support with an SPSS from ZMAT. And the procrastination or academic procrastination scale, we use the short form from Yoki. And for the data analysis, we're using SAM PLS, using the Smart PLS 4. So we run in a two way. The first one is we assess the measurement model, and then the last one we test the structural or inner model. So the result and the discussion, the first one, the demographic of the respondent. So from our data, majority are female and mostly using TikTok as a entertainment for fulfilling their spare time, and majority of them using TikTok for 1 to 2 hours, and most of them in more than 4 hours per day. So for the measurement model, this one, the result, as we can see, there's nothing more than the criterion threshold for the overloading from the alpha, the CR, or the AV. And also for the HTMT ratio, they're all good. And for the structural model, as you can see in the picture, all the p-values of the hypothesis are below 0.05. So it can conclude that all the hypotheses accepted with the coefficient are vary. So the study confirmed that the expected relation among TikTok addiction support and social support and academic procrastination. Significant direct link was found between TikTok addiction and procrastination, reinforcing past finding that excessive use of the platform impairs academic focus and increases delay. And the data further highlight that strong social support is linked to lower academic procrastination. Students with greater support network show the better self-regulation and less tendency to delay academic works, consistent with the previous study from Majid, Irwansyah, Miller. Importantly, social support partially mediated the impact of TikTok addiction on procrastination, suggesting that it can cover some negative effect. It's aligned with finding by Cheng and Ho and Lyon et al., who emphasize the protective role of support system against digital distraction. So for the conclusion, results confirm that higher TikTok use increase procrastination, consistent with earlier findings on the platform impact on the time management and focus. A slight positive link between TikTok addiction and perceived social support was also found, possibly due to virtual interaction. So this may lack a deep or real life connection. Importantly, social support was shown to reduce procrastination and partially mediate TikTok's negative effect, supporting past research. The finding highlight the need for strong support system to help students navigate digital distraction from the TikTok, and future studies should identify which support types are most effective in academic context. So from the result, as you can see, that the social support mediate the effect of TikTok addiction and academic procrastination. But we argue that the social support they get, or the participant get, or the student get, it's not from the real life connection. It's from the virtual life connection. Like maybe they follow some the content creators in TikTok that maybe they have the same connection with them, and then they get the validation from that content creator, or maybe some of their friends that already post something in TikTok. So we argue that it's come from the virtual connection. So thank you for your time. So there any question for let me stop share. Is there any question for my presentation, guys? Okay. If there are no questions for this,
risk management practice and the performance, also the performance. The omnibus law, it is named, is common name, but actually EU P2SK, Undang-Undang Pengembangan Sektor Keuangan dan Penguatan Sektor Keuangan. Call it omnibus law in financial. We know that the law was enacted before in 2023 after the COVID. We were before during COVID, the financial sector and all the Islamic banking has been affected badly. And then Islamic banking is part of the object in the omnibus law. Okay, I go directly. Were this act, the new regulatory framework in term finance, capital market, fintech, and digital transformation in financial, actually not only Islamic banking or Islamic finance, but we look at Islamic finance. We use institutional theory with the framework that Islamic banks, which is the object of the new regulation, they will seek legitimacy complying with the national international standard, and this one is the new regulation from the Undang-Undang, the Omnibus Law. This is a coercive institution that mandates reform in terms of risk governance, capital adequacy, liquidity buffers, and Sharia supervisory oversight. This is Pak Imam also studied before. So we look at the credit risk management, in this case, in terms of NPF ratios, and also its resilience to credit shocks. And then the other aspect, we look at the liquidity risk management. This is the liquidity management constrained by limited availability of certain complex instruments. It has liquidity requirements under the Omnibus law, and then should be optimized financing to deposit ratio targets and improve liquidity resilience. We look at also the operational efficiency, where the operational risk often arise from compliance burdens and inefficiency. And we see that regulatory reform may not significantly improve the efficiency, but it should be accompanied by the company using the technology and have the innovation by the manager. The performance we look at here, it is return on asset and return on equity. It is the financial performance. We have 4 hypotheses that credit risk credit risk management, which is the we see the effect of the Omnibus law improve significantly after the enactment. The enactment 23, so before that is 22, and after that is 2024. And we see that it is the right time for us to do the research, and it is the novelty of our research our research is the first who study the effect of the omnibus law before and after. We look at the second hypothesis that liquidity risk management improves significantly after the enactment of omnibus law. Hypothesis 3, operational efficiency improves significantly after the enactment of omnibus law. And last, financial performance, return asset, return on equity improves significantly after the enactment of omnibus law. Okay. Our study, we use event study design to analyze those aspects, the hypothesis. And then this include Islamic banks, bank loans Syariah, with asset at least 10 trillion rupiahs. We use this, we don't include BPRS because the data availability and also sometimes and also the Bank Umum Syariah, which is below 10 trillion, we find that the data is not some of the data is not available. The study used both descriptive and verificative method. They use the per sample t-test. Our study, we found that the data here, there are 33 data that we have, then with the for NPF, FDR, and liquidity credit risk and BOPO, and then the ROI and ROA is the standard. The result indicated on average, most financing remain good standing, liquidity ratio strong, profitability indicators have improved. Okay, this is the normal parameters. Normality test, we use it, and this is normal distribution. So we use the ANOVA regression and per sample test. Okay, for this aspect. So we meet the assumption test. In our test result, statistically, for the financing risk management, we found that it is improved for the non-performing financing before and after the omnibus law. The same things also for the liquidity risk management in terms of financing to deposit ratio. It shows that's better performance. And then personal risk management, but in terms of liquidity credit risk and BOPO, Biaprasi, and it is not supported. But in terms of financial performance, ROE, return on equity, and return on asset, it supports where the performance is better after the omnibus law. So, based on that, okay, this is data about it. I think it just I've already discussed it before. Okay. Is it data? I say that's before the omnibus law, credit risk was inconsistent. Large banks like BASE had more structured frameworks, while others lack integration between Sharia compliance and credit oversight. In our finding, post-reform analysis labeling banks revealed that in general, this decline in NPF, non-performing financing, meaning that if decline is getting better because it's non-performance. Bank Aceh reduced from 2.15 to 2.65. Bank Rio Caprisa also reduced. Bank Panin Dubai Syariah also reduced from 5.2 to 4.7. So this means that the omnibus law has elevated the Syariah Supervisory Board to governance role equal to that. The role also put the Syariah Supervisory Board have the same position with directors and commissioners, where they have the same responsibility. Okay, and this research study support why the previous study Hajar Aryani Dewan, but Dewan previous study, but not for comparing with the omnibus law. Okay, Second hypothesis, financing risk management before and after implementation of law. It revealed that loan to deposit ratio, yeah, increased moderately from 78 to 82, 24 in general, indicating that increased financial activity within safe regulatory limits. So its liquidity coverage ratio, yeah, LCR improved significantly also 130% to 165. Enhance that short-term liquidity through high-quality liquid assets. And so this also we see that is the effect of the omnibus law. Okay. In terms of the financing risk management, yeah, BOPO, yeah, you see that's only it is stagnant or slightly increased, so not significant. So we find it that in our study is not improved in this aspect. And also in terms financing risk management, in terms of the ROR, last one, it increased 1.85 to 1.1. Sorry, okay, increased and okay, increased well. We see that, okay, yeah, increasing well, it grew to, okay, so be 2024 compared to the 2023. Okay, so our conclusion here, yeah, study impact of the omnibus law, Indonesian Financial Sector Development Strengthening Law. We look at the aspect, 6 key metrics: NPF, FDR, LCR, POPO, operating efficiency, and return asset, ROA. And we see that the key finding in credit risk, yeah, profitability, ROA, and FDR, we observe this improve. But in terms of the liquidity coverage ratio and the operating efficiency, it remains stagnant. So from this study, we can confirm the capability of institutional theory, explaining that the regulatory impacts on Islamic banking highlights the necessity of aligning Sharia compliance with financial performance and stability. And then also we see that the implication should emphasize the importance of regulatory reform, suggesting that internal innovation is crucial for fully realizing its benefits. The study is limited in terms of constraints, short observation window, just after reform, like we don't have qualitative insights, and we don't compare with the conventional bank, and we don't do with the conventional. Future research direction will comment that they stand with the post-reform evaluation period, integrate with qualitative analysis, and include the conventional banking for comparative assessment. That's our presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your presentations, Prof. Yaya. Very insightful presentations. And okay, is there any question for Prof. Yaya? No questions?
Seems no, Pak.
Seems no. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, we'll continue. Of course, we continue to next presenter here. Mr. Samsi Mustafa Singhi Prayogo. Are you ready?
Ready, Pak.
Okay, times is yours.
the relevant articles. Again, this is documents per years that already analyzed in the bibliometric analysis that, as we know, the figures illustrate this annual publication volume of research paper on the green takafuls from 1999 to 2023. And the quantity of the articles is rising exponentially annually, with a solidarity in 1999 and already mid to 32 papers in 2023. By year end, its increase in the published articles is anticipated, suggesting this trend will persist into 2024 and then in this year's 2025. And the concerns are increasingly being acknowledged by the financial sectors, the general public, and the debates of the green takaful. And then the coherence keywords that pertain to green takaful is only in the Paris Agreement and the green insurance. And for these keywords analysis, that we know green takaful in the part of the green insurance. There is so many notes that related to the takaful itself, but there is no and limited the research related to green takaful itself increasingly. And then, and the discussions of this research, we know that the takaful has the potential to become a green financial alternative through the green takaful that will contribute to the environment and biodiversity, grounded in the collaborative efforts and the exclusion of forbidden components, encompassing support for sustainability initiatives and adherence to ethical investment objective. And then green takaful present and the ethics centered as a Sharia compliant risk protection alternative, aligned with the resilience benefit of insurance and supporting the SDGs. And then green takaful also connections to genuine asset-backed investments such as environmentally sustainable ventures in renewable energy and the exclusion of investment lacking tangible underlying assets. And then green takaful comply with the ESG principles in addition to adhering to the Makosid Sharia concept. That's any 5 aspects. The first one, like hifz al-nafs, hifz al-aqls, hifz al-nazals, hifz ad-din, and then hifz al-mal. As we know that hifz al-nafs is as a safeguarding life that promote human health and well-being, and then hifz al-aqls that it's to guarantee that the intellectual requirements of the policyholders are satisfied. And then the hifz al-nasals is the part of enhanced by the social initiatives that promote the community progress and the financial inclusions. And then hifz ad-din, it is that are the consistent with the Islamic value and the preservations of faith and that have ethical governance and investment process. And the last is the hifz al-mal. It's to mitigate the risks of the financial loss. Green takaful must also implement ethical governance to guarantee that resources are administered effectively. And the conclusion of this research is that green takaful fund by ESG principle and contribute to sustainable development by supporting environmental protection, social welfare, and ethical governance, aligning with the objective of Makosid Sharia and provide risk protection for marginalized groups, encourage investment in sustainability projects, offers an ethical and Sharia compliance to addressing climate risk. And then based on the bibliometric analysis, green takaful has the potential to investigate associated with climate change mitigation. This is the suggestion for the future research because there is a significant need for rigorous and academic research with creating innovative green takaful products that supporting the climate finance. I hope this presentation has sparked your interest and invited reflection on the potential of Sharia-based solution in addressing some of the most pressing challenge in this time. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for your presentations. Very insightful presentations. And I call other participant to give the question. Is there any questions? Okay, if there's no, we'll continue. Yeah, we will continue to the next presenter, Mr. Yayat Sujatna. Thank you very much, Mr. Yayat Sujatna. And oh yeah, Mr. Yayat Sujatna. Okay.
Documents, AI still needs to be supported by asking questions, confirmations to the client. So, and that's why AI cannot be the only one procedures to conduct an audit. Yeah, it still need to be supported by condition,
Yeah.
the human factor. Yeah, and that's why the procedures should be supported by the critical thinking and also do professional care and professional skepticism by the auditors. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other question? Okay. So thank you for the attention, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move to the next paper. We still have two participants here, and the next participant is Mr. Yudhistira Anirun. Are you here, Mr. Yudhistira Anirun, or Matthew Surya, Patrick Winata, Agustinus Winoto, with the title of ESG Practices and Firm Value, the moderating role of investor sentiment in Asian's coal and mining sector. So, are you here? Ready to present? Mr. Matthew
Okay.
Surya.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Matthew, you have 10 minutes to present your paper. Okay.
Okay. My
Zoom and
friend
time is
will,
yours.
sir, thank you so much. Okay, so my friend will help me to present the slide here, and we also split the part for explaining our paper. We will make it very simplified to explain to you guys. So, Patrick, can you share your screen?
For the mixture, is it shared?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I guess Patrick will start with the opening and also a bit of introduction about our paper.
Are you having a trouble, Patrick or Matthew?
Okay. Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Today we're gonna present our presentation. The title is ESG Practice, Investor Sentiment and Firm Value in Asian School and Mining Sector. Sorry. We have 6 agenda. background and key questions, framework and hypothesis, data and methodology, key finding, implication and action, and conclusion. Background and key question. Asian school and mining companies are undergoing ESG pressure as global investor demand sustainably. Can even high impact industry create value with ESG? Our study measures ESG and sentiment impact on firm value, or we call Stobinsky, across Asians 20 and 16 to 20 and 24. Framework and hypothesis. Framework, ESG and firm value, sentiment and firm value, sentiment imply ESG firm value. Hypothesis 1, high ESG score, and company with higher ESG score tend to have higher firm value. Hypothesis 2, investor sentiment impact firm value. And hypothesis 3, sentiment imply ESG effect on value. Okay.
All right.
Mike.
Okay. Before we move into the data methodology, I would love to recall about our framework and hypothesis. So, to guide our research, we developed the three core hypotheses on our paper. The first one, that we believe that company with higher ESG scores, meaning stronger environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and also the good governance, tend to have the higher firm value. This hypothesis will align with the global studies showing that ESG can enhance reputation, reduce risk, and also the attract capital from the market. And the second hypothesis, that we consider the role of investor sentiment about how the market feels, whether it's optimistic or pessimistic, can have a direct impact on the valuation, particularly in cyclical sectors. Usually, sentiment often drive market move beyond the fundamentals of the firm value. And the last hypothesis, or the third, that we hypothesize that the sentiment does not just matter on its own, but actually moderates the relationships between ESG and firm value. Okay, then we move to the data methodology. So our study covers a robust samples of 26 coal and mining companies from 4 Asian countries. We selected 20 from Indonesia, which is the largest region coal producer, 4 companies from Vietnam, and 1 each from Thailand and also Philippines. And we're using the Bloomberg terminal as
micro, small, medium enterprise factors, pricing information, and business evaluation. The confirmatory factor
move the
analysis
slide here. The
confirmed that
slide not
all
move yet.
25 indicators. Oh,
Yeah, the slide not move. Yeah.
okay, next.
I think quadrant what is
Okay.
C. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay. The confirmatory factor analysis confirmed that all 25 indicators used to assess empowerment were valid and reliable, with factor loading above the minimum threshold of 0.50 and good construct reliability and variance extracted values. However, model fit indicates suggests that modification were needed to improve alignment with ideal measurement models. Conclusion and recommendation. The study concludes that while Syariah banking in South Tangerang has made positive strides in micro, small, medium enterprise empowerment, significant gaps remain between performance and expectation. Key improvements are needed in simplifying financing procedure, offering continuous business monitoring, and enhancing marketing support for micro, small, medium enterprise. Islamic banking has not yet optimally empowered micro, small, medium enterprise comprehensively. The gap between expectation and performance persists. Priorities for improvement include business monitoring, financing process, and marketing. Business training and mentoring are needed. And the recommendation, implementing this recommendation in alignment with Islamic values such as ta'awun or mutual cooperation will strengthen the role of Sharia banks in empowering the real sectors and promoting inclusive economic growth. Simplify financing procedure and expand branch office, improve structure training and mentoring, facilitate market and technology access for micro, small, medium enterprise, implement the principle of mutual cooperation or ta'awun effectively through an empowerment model. Okay, thank you so much for the attention, you all.
Okay, thank you very much for your good presentations, insightful presentations. And of course, we still have, actually our time is there any questions?
Bit Pak Imam.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting study from Pak Yaya about how the Islamic Bank empower the micro, small, medium enterprise. Is this study look at the bank? What type of bank does it? Bank Umum Syariah, or also include BPR, or also include the BMT, Islamic Microfinance. Do you differentiate the three? Because I believe the small, medium, micro will receive funding. They can access not only to the Bank Umum Syariah but also to the other type of bank. So just one thing. And do you see that? Do you differentiate the role of each type of bank, so that we can see which type of bank that can do better in terms of empowerment of the Islamic or the micro, small, medium enterprise? That's all, Pak. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. In this research, only boost Bank Umum Syariah. We not collect data from the BPRS or the BMT, and we know the Bank Umum Syariah, micro, small, medium enterprise, they are failed to bank. This is the apa ya? Procedural.
Okay.
Procedural. So the micro, small, and medium enterprises is another financing from the rentenir, from the what we call bank keliling. So can be the hero for them. But the Bank Umum Syariah amount for financing is more to financing like the murabahah from the mudoroba or musyarakah that needed for the micro, small, medium enterprise, like that, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, I think it's enough, and we'll continue to the next presenter, Mr. Satrio Dwi Cahyo. You ready?
Oke, thank you Pak Imam.
Okay, text is yours.
Thank you Pak Imam. Oke, terima kasih Mbak Operator. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Satrio Dicahyo. I'm from UGM. Today, I'm
Mbak Rizky agak ke atas, Mbak, dagunya itu. Nggak nampak. Yeah, maybe you should adjust your camera or your, yeah, okay, or your laptop. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I give you 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
originated either a full-fledged Islamic bank, or as we know as BUS, Bank Umum Syariah, or the Islamic window within a conventional parent. We call it as US, Unit Usaha Syariah, really matter for cost efficiency, whether or not one type of Islamic bank is more efficient. And the second is does the bank of ownership structure, especially regional state ownership, so-called BPD, Bank Pembangunan Daerah, also in efficiency gap of Islamic banking. So understanding this is critical because as Prof. Yaya before mentioned that we have issued the UUP2SK that mandate that every Islamic window must eventually spin off into a separate full-fledged Islamic. So this is the background. The background is as I mentioned before, the FAS law number 4 of 2023 UUP2SK that mandate all Islamic window banks to convert spin-off into full independent Islamic banks. This move aims to strengthen the Islamic bank.
Recording in progress.
Stands the term of social media as an aggregating term for social media networks, for example, Facebook, and also other social media as YouTube. So first topic that emerged was social media and institutional development. So we found studies at global, national, and local level. The local level was mostly associated with local governments. Some of the important studies, for example, in Texas, USA, was how citizens participate in the formation of transport policy through social media, as Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Results of this study was low usage of local governments, but we also found some contradictory results, for example, in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy, showing the opposite, where local governments using social media extensively as their e-government tool. So for this first topic, it depends mostly on the financial and political situation of the local governments, whether or not they use social media and the social media networks. Then another topic, relatively important topic, was social media and urban development. These studies mostly from USA, and if they come from Asia, mostly they based within China. And what is interesting about these studies, they have significant methodological and statistical contributions. And they're also seen as one of the most perspective fields for future research. How these studies work with social media is that they capture patterns of urban residents using spatial temporal data of their users. So by using these data from social media, they're, for example, Foursquare mostly, or some Chinese social networks, they're able to create new green spaces in cities, creating new zones, administrative districts, or observing the behavior of inhabitants in the cities. So this one was very perspective filled. Another topic was social media and rural development. So compared to the previous topic, if it comes to rural development, it's mostly qualitative approach, more in-depth exploration, and mostly dealing with local farmers. Some of the results showing that all the farmers, they lag in the use of social media. Most of the studies compare performance between urban and rural companies, for example, using LinkedIn as an important platform to achieve equal sales. And social media usage in rural sites are seen as social innovation. And on the example of local inhabitants, they try to explore how social media create physical social networks in rural areas. So if these digital online networks are also manifested in physical space. There is also plenty of agricultural studies, for example, family wineries in Europe, how they use social media when building winery brands. So mostly these rural studies, they come from United Kingdom or from Europe. Topic number 4 out of 5 was social media and social or human capital. Again, these were qualitative, sociological, or anthropological studies. For example, in UK or in Canada, found contradictory results. For example, deprived locations in UK where social media was not enough for development of these locations. Some contradictory results, rural space in Sweden or in Canada showing a positive influence of social media on the development or sort of a catalyst of change for these local cultures. And also, some of the studies found that social media can help to preserve local cultures. That was the case in Canada. Also, if it comes to human capital, these studies were able to found what's the role of women or what's the role of new employees if it comes to social media and usage by these groups in companies and how they develop the regions. The last topic that we found in the literature was social media and regional media clusters. So it deals with media as such, and that was just 2 studies. So this is basically the smallest group of the studies, one of them from Great Britain, another one from Germany. For example, how the social media work, what's the role in shift in journalism. So it used to be one-way communication, now it's two-way communication with use of social media. So that was the last cluster. And then we have some overview of the chronological development. So we can see that most of the studies published from 2016 to 2020, but more studies probably to come into for 2024 and after 2025, after they're going to be published. Regarding geography, most of the studies from Europe, a couple of them from USA or Canada, if they're from Asia, mostly from China. Regarding the social media network, it's surprising that Facebook's still leading, even nowadays. Not that many studies dealing with Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn, just a couple of them. So mostly Facebook. Used to be Twitter, now it's a X social network. So these are the leading social networks. So some of the methodological conclusions. Quantitative studies mostly deal with urban fields, and this is where we see the research gap for rural studies to start using these quantitative, spatial, temporal data for evaluation of the inhabitants in rural sites. For the qualitative studies, these are mostly from rural studies, from rural side, and this is why we see the research gap for urban studies to probably extend literature review, to extend the research in this area. Limitations of this study, it's a narrative literature review, so basically it's better to read the whole chapter. It's hard to present it here in just a couple of minutes because there is a clear narration. Of course, limitations are that it's in some ways it's better to perform systematic literature review or bibliometric analysis to come up with some quantitative indicators. And one of the limitations is that if it comes to social media, it's changing rapidly, the names, the owners, the platforms, so it's very dynamic. And that's all from my part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiri Zeleni. Is there any question from the attendants? Okay. No question from the attendants. All right. So maybe I'm just curious about the social media and developing regions. What is the specific example or specific role of social media in developing regions, Mr. Rajidi?
Yeah, it's basically that was our research question, basically this one. So it really depends on the one of the 5 topics that emerged, because these studies can be classified into five classes, 5 chapters, and they use different methodologies, and of course they construct different hypotheses. So for quantitative studies, social media in China can be used for creation of new administrative districts, different to the official ones, creating new zones with people moving differently according to their behavior. So it's this role, I would say. For qualitative studies, and that's a rural side, social media is more about how companies, how farmers use social media, and how this can help the family businesses. If they use social media, can it be helpful? Can this promote their family business? Can they achieve higher sales? So yeah, it really depends on the type of the studies. There are many sub questions, I would say.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Jeleni. And I think all of the participants here already present in this C7 room, and I would like to apologize if there is any shortcomings during this session. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation, and see you in the main room. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have any photo session.
The operator? I am not.
Recording stopped.
Can we have a photo sessions? Operator,
Okay,
can you help
the
us?
operator.
Ya, Jiri udah keluar. It's okay. Aku sudah motoin seberapa sih.
Oke.
Oke, sudah aku foto.
Oke, thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank
Maaf
you.
apabila ada kekurangan. Selamat sore.
Thank you, Duk. Sore, terima kasih.
Dadah.
Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional. Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki 4 enrichment course, yaitu ekonomi pembangunan berkelanjutan, ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi kesehatan, serta ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam.
Welcome to Faculty Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Economic study program with excellent accreditation is the right place for those who are interested in becoming professionals for economic institutions, banking and finance, and also research center Indonesia. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is the third of the best study programs in Indonesia in the field of economics, econometrics, and finance based on Simago institution rankings. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta born to be number 1.
The Economic Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has 2 graduate profiles, namely as economic analysts and entrepreneurs who are equipped with knowledge and insights on various topics related to the problems faced both in macro and micro spheres. Various analytical tools are studied and applied in various cases, supported by technology and integration of Islamic values in each courses.
Dalam memberikan pengalaman belajar yang prima bagi mahasiswa, program studi ekonomi memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menunjang pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang nyaman, perpustakaan, student lounge, kelas IT, BI Corner, Bursa Efek Indonesia, mini bank, masjid, fasilitas olahraga, kantin dan kafe mahasiswa, serta sportorium. Selain itu, program studi ekonomi memperkenalkan rencana evakuasi darurat seperti jalur evakuasi, titik kumpul, alat pemadam kebakaran, hydrant, serta baju pemadam kebakaran. Melalui program internasional, kami memiliki kegiatan pertukaran pelajar dengan institusi terkemuka di dunia, seperti universitas di Malaysia, Tiongkok, Taiwan, Turki, Timur Tengah, negara-negara Eropa, dan Afrika. Alumni program studi ekonomi bekerja di beberapa institusi bergengsi seperti Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Kementerian Luar Negeri, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Keuangan Mikro Syariah, dan lain sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night, I'm Unity Tanya Velasta, IPF student batch 2019, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In here, I'm not only learning in the class, but also I have many other interesting experience, such as attending seminar with extraordinary speakers, learning culture and history directly in museum and other historical places. I also had the opportunity to do an internship here at COSAM, a company engaged in research and development in Turkey.
IPF had given me a lot of opportunities to enhance my potentials, including my potentials in international levels. So they always push me to the limit that I have to involve in many international activities such as student activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to main room. Thank you very much for all the participants, presenter, moderator, and all our co-hosts for your contribution for this event. As the final reminder, don't forget for join tomorrow we have the finals, the events for the Icdes. Maybe please you can refer your program books, you can detail about information about Icdes. Thank you very much for your participant this event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Finally.